Closed session adjourned regular meeting. Could I get a roll call, roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items?
None for closed session.
Okay. Let's see. Any
Have to-
public communications on closed
Hold on.
session?
Well, you have to verify the posting of the notice where she's at.
No, that's not under this. She's not making the remote appearance under that provision.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Okay. Any public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items? No one is in the audience. Is there anyone online?
We do not have anyone on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, can you read off what we'll be talking about, please?
This is authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F8 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For item F1, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board. Case number 20-STCP03193. For F2, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC. Bankruptcy, City Cal Case Number 223-BK-109118-ER. For F3, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and DOEs 1 through 100 inclusive. Case Number 23-STCP02189. For F4, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, the California Nonprofit Corporation, Sandra Charleston individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23-TRCP00325. For F5, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STC-B10146. For F6, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22-TRCP00203. For F7, the name of the case is New Community TLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23-STCP00426. For F8, the name of the case is Shannon Jennifer versus City of Redondo Beach, City of Lawndale, Mary Shannon, Tracy Rose, and those 1 through 75. Case number 24-TRC-V04346. And for item F9, conference with real property negotiator. The properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, Seaside Lagoon, and California Surf Club, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these, please?
Yes, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1 through F7, we will be joined by Abby O'Brien and John Wellner, both our outside legal counsel on the matters. And then for item F8, we will have Diane Strickfadden, Human Resources Director, and Andy Wingy, our Public Works Director, in attendance. And then for item F9, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich, Waterfront Economic Development Director.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
Motion recess to close session.
Second.
Today.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. We will be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on closed session and start the normal open session. Thank you. please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Klujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, City Manager Wojciechowski, any announcements from closed session?
Yes, one this evening, Mayor, under the matter listed as F8, the case involving Jennifer Shannon versus City of Redondo Beach, City of Lawndale, and others. That case, the City Council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in that proceeding.
That's it? Okay, thank you. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, I will call to order the open session, regular meeting of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Klujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. I do want to inform, in case you haven't noticed, Councilmember Klujevic is attending remotely for just cause, and the council was notified this at the earliest possible opportunity. Okay, any veterans in the audience? If there are, please stand to be recognized. Okay, there's none. Councilmember Lowenstein, would you mind leading us in the
Sure, absolutely.
Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll have a moment of silent invocation afterwards.
Okay, face the flag. Please put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Take your seat.
Am I going to take pictures with it?
Shake your hand.
Yeah, your parents here to snap a picture.
Sure.
Well done.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234, travel expense reports. I have no presentations or proclamations. I do have a few items I'd like to cover, though. I'm happy to announce that our after-school program is fully staffed right now. Well, we've accommodated every parent who has asked that their child be in it. There's 0 waiting list right now, and we're potentially looking to expand the number of students we can handle after school, and that's because of what the council did in the last budget session. The increase in pay to the people who lead those classes did help recruitment, and we're full up. So thanks to the council and thanks to community services for accommodating our residents with children. So that's a great news story. Also with Councilmember Klujevic, I attended a meeting with residents at North Prospect and looking at the median there and the fact that a hedge died, and we're looking at solutions there. So we're looking forward to coming back with good responses to the concerns of the residents there. Several of us got to start the Super Bowl 10K. That's always a fun event, and it was well attended. So appreciate the chamber pulling that together, and appreciate our first responders making sure the course was safe. We deployed a lot more assets this time to make sure that course was safe based on recent events, and I think everybody appreciated that. So with that, Councilmember Nierenheim, anything to announce?
Yeah, a couple things. It was a busy weekend here in Redondo. And I'll just start off with Saturday. Had a great community meeting for us down here at Alta Vista at 9:30. I want to thank the police chief and fire chief for coming down. They had some great stories, talked about the fires. My January community meeting, it was in the midst of all the fires that were happening. So it was awesome to see the firefighters that were there and hear their stories, their harrowing stories of saving a house called the Alamo. Some quick stats so everyone understands how big of a fire this is. This, what we just went through, 18,000 structures were damaged or destroyed, including residential structures, about 16,000 of those. And 57,000 acres were burned, $31 billion at minimum of damage. Nearly 50,000 people, they're saying, have been displaced from their homes, and 29 dead. So that's affecting us here in the South Bay, and really want to thank our police and fire for having the extra staffing and resources that we did be able to give that out to that area. It was really amazing to see. Then I just want to say that ballots came out here this last week for ranked choice voting, and some people are filling them out wrong. Number 1 for ranked choice voting is the best. Number 6 is the worst. You want to rank in that order, 1 through 6. I got a couple people who filled it out wrong. So there's a thing on this Thursday with the League of Women Voters. Our city clerk will be having a how-to on that. And I'll finish up with saying, you know, this last Saturday, I had the pleasure of running the 10K once again, and I, like last year, was able to run it. And last year I started the 5K in honor of Mayor Brand. Last year, a year ago, we did not have a mayor at the time because Mayor Brand passed away 2 days prior. And this year, on Sunday, February 9th, was the 1-year anniversary of him passing. So after I got done with my 10K and opening up the baby buggy race, I opened it up in his honor, and it was quite heartfelt. Amazing man. So it's already been a year since his passing. So time flies by quickly, and I just want to take a moment to honor him for that and go from there. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I think a lot of us miss Bill up here and in the audience, so thanks for bringing that up. As well as I was able to start the 5K, so it's always a great tradition, the 5 and 10K, raising money for the chamber and also bringing a lot of attention to the city. One last announcement, and that is my final, after 8 years, District 2 community meeting will be held a week from the 19th, on the 19th, a week from tomorrow, online Zoom, and the topic will be 2 things. One, it will be the restriping and recirculation of traffic around Redondo Union High School. It's been a hot topic over the years, and we have a consultant that's going to come in and speak to everyone. So it's on Zoom, starting 6 o'clock, February 19th. Please consider registering on the District 2 page, and hopefully you can be there. And then afterwards, we're going to have 3 mayoral candidates, Councilmember Nierenheim, Joan Irvine, and Georgette Gantner, all coming to speak and talk to us about their platform and their vision for the next 4 years of governing. So again, February 19th, online, 6 o'clock. In March, we will have an in-person celebration. You guys get to get rid of me in March. So it'll be probably mid to late March, and we'll have it at the library, the main library, big conference room there. More details to be followed, but I'm looking forward to celebrating with all of you. So for those of you who are running for office, good luck to all of you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Thank you, Mayor Light. You mentioned what I was going to mention, and I'm going to save my voice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, few quick announcements. The Redondo Ballet Company is putting on Snow Queen at the Performing Arts Center Saturday, March 1st and Sunday, March 2nd. You can go to redondoballet.org to get your tickets. In addition, the Easy Reader and Beach Life are holding a joint candidate forum, roundtable they call it, at the Historic Library. And that's going to be on February 20th, starting at 5 o'clock with a city attorney roundtable, 5:45 the council district candidate roundtable, and then 7 p.m. will be the mayoral roundtable. Thank you to the Easy Reader and Beach Life for putting that together. I wanted to wish everybody a happy Black History Month. Just learned, thank you, by the way, Pat Healy, for emailing us about that, but also just learned that Google removed Black History Month, Women's History Month, a bunch of events like that from its Google Calendar. So it's important that we maintain an inclusive community here in Redondo Beach and celebrate those differences that we have that make up diversity.
And I will be making a proclamation on that
All right.
at a future
awesome.
meeting.
And finally, I want to say thank you to our Public Works Department, specifically Ryan Liu, because a resident brought a complaint to me that the speed radar detector on Ford wasn't triggering. Well, it turned out that the speeds weren't getting high enough, and maybe there was a tree in the way. He troubleshooted it. Then he's like, well, this actually doesn't detect lower speeds. It turns off. And then he found out how to change the settings, climbed up to the machine, changed the settings, got back to me. Eventually, now the sign is working after many months of being off unless somebody was super speeding. So thank you, Ryan Liu. If there's a will, there's a way, and he always has a will to fix things in Redondo Beach. So thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to report that I attended the League of California Cities Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee meeting last month. Really a terrific event, and I did incur travel and related expenses during that, which are on the record and available for review by the public if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we're going down to approve the order of the agenda. I believe Councilmember Kalogerovich, you would like us to move L1 forward, so I'd like to entertain a motion to move L1 up before the consent calendar.
So moved.
Before consent?
Yeah, in case
Yeah.
it drags out.
Consent should be really quick. There's only
Never know.
6 items, and
Okay, you want to move it to after?
I personally think it would be after, because I think some people are here to speak for non-agenda items. So, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but.
All right, how about, okay.
Before
we have
J.
people here for non-agenda items, so maybe J, then P1, is it P1?
L1.
L1, J, then L1, then consent, and then the rest of the agenda?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so moved.
Second.
All right, J,
Then L1.
so public participation, then L1, then
Oh, there's
consent.
non-agenda, yeah.
That doesn't,
And then consent? Is that what I heard?
That's what we,
Yeah, I think that would be okay.
J, then L1,
Then H.
then H. That makes sense. Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
I,
Okay. So then we are jumping to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. The section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will only be permitted to speak once. And I will consider written comment or written requests first.
We need to do blue folder items before.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'll make a motion to accept our blue folder items.
Second.
can I also amend that motion to include the 2 documents I emailed the clerk earlier?
Okay, which is in J1. So you want that moved? Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, this is for blue folder.
Okay, so-
You just jumped to blue folder, is
Yes,
that right?
You're right, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so.
Correct.
So moved to include 2 documents I emailed her, which are stamped, filed.
I'll accept that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
I,
Okay, now public participation in non-agenda items. So what I said before, you each get once to speak. You have 3 minutes, total of 30 minutes. And we'll go with speaker cards first. Okay, Sarah Martin, and then Lisa Rodriguez.
Hello, I'm Sarah Martin, a Redondo Beach resident. This is my 3rd speech on good governance, focusing on transparency, accountability, responsiveness to the public, and good faith. My remarks tonight are paraphrased from Kelly O'Donnell's essay on accountability for the Core Humanitarian Standard Alliance. Here are 10 tactics used to avoid accountability for mistakes, poor practice, dysfunction, and outright fraud and illegality. These tactics illustrate what not to do when we and our organizations are asked to give an account of our work, be it via routine self-assessments or requests to explain our actions. They can serve to minimize cognitive dissonance, to protect ourselves, or to intentionally misrepresent the facts and conceal malfeasance. I ask all listeners to keep score on our own selves because others surely will. Number one, delegate the matter to someone else internally. Diffuse it, distance yourself from it, and do everything to avoid an internal and especially an independent review. Number two, avoid, reword, or repackage the issues. Obfuscate the facts, or at least talk tentatively or vaguely about some mistakes that were made in the past that you or someone could have probably done a better job on. But go no further. Rationalize and or disguise any culpability. Number three, focus on minor or other things so as to look like you're focusing on the central things, punctuating it all with the language of transparency and accountability. Number four, appeal to your integrity and to acting with the highest standards without demonstrating either. Number five, point out your past track records. Highlight anything positive that you're doing or contributing to now. Number six, ask and assume that people should trust you without verification. Offer some general assurances that you have or will be looking into the matter and all is okay. Number seven, state that you are under attack or at least that you're not being treated fairly or that people just don't understand. Number eight, mention other people's alleged problems, question their motives and credibility. Dress someone else in your own dirty clothes, especially if they're noisome question askers or whistleblowers. Number nine, prop up the old boys leadership club. Reshuffle the leadership deck if necessary, yet without changing leaders or their power or how they can cover for each other in the name of loyalty and on behalf of the greater good. Try to hold out until the dust settles and the uncomfortable stuff hopefully goes away. So in short, don't really do anything with real transparency and accountability. Rather, maintain your self-interests, lifestyle, affiliations, and illusions of moral congruity, even if it means calibrating your own conscience, essentially acting corruptly via complicity, cover-ups, and cowardice. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Rodriguez and then Carol Martin.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking, but last week when I did, I don't think it's fair for anyone in the city of Redondo Beach to ever feel intimidated by comments made from people in the audience. So I am here just to stand down any bully tactics or intimidation tactics. Even if we don't agree, we should be treating each other respectfully. And so with that, it is in a lot of respect that I'm sharing this forward. I'm hoping that residents will vote wisely to restore honor, integrity, and the responsible leadership for Redondo Beach. Jim Light and Nils Narenheim have, in my experience and lived experience, a long track record of lying to residents, suing our city, wasting taxpayer money, prioritizing special interest, and not acting in good faith. Jim Light is currently founder, Building a Better Redondo, has filed punitive lawsuits against Redondo twice. In 2012, sued about $561,000, a wildly excessive amount and windfall profit for his attorney, despite the council at the time's estimated litigation fees not to exceed $70,000. The city attorney and the council at the time stated that BBR was not acting in good faith with the demands. And most recently, 2021, sued the city again for $760,000. Again, a wildly amount over the $66,000 agreement fee to retain his lawyer. Nils Narenheim's reckless decisions in 2018, he and other council voted for a $250,000 special election that was a wasteful expense. We had a March election within weeks of that. 2022 hoisted himself as mayor pro tem, deviating from the city's regulatory rotation, which would have designated Councilmember MD for the role. And don't forget the years and over $100,000 wasted trying to outsource our beloved fire department to his employee, LA County Fire, and violates the oath of office when he lies to voters about Measure C and who was behind it. I'm just wanting to take the time, if anyone is wondering if the city ever claims how they can't afford services, vital services, things that we deserve in our community, remember who drained the budget. Thank you so much.
Okay, Carol Martin, and then Lily Lucas.
Good evening, I'm Carol Martin. I represent some of the senior citizens that live at 123 South Catalina Avenue at the building of Casa de los Amigos. I recently, or Sunday, I've sent an e-comment as to what it is that I'm presenting to you, and it is my opposition to your Super Bowl run and how it affects the lives of about 143 people who live within that building who are not capable of leaving the property to get to their car, to cross the street, to get to church, etc. So what I will do is I will read to you what I sent on the e-comment. Opposition to the yearly event Super Bowl run in Redondo Beach, street of South Catalina. This is a request to relocate this yearly event to a more suitable location and not inconvenience the residents, especially the senior citizens now residing at 123 South Catalina Avenue. It causes lack of public transportation to churches and to family visitations, and for families to even come in on our parking lot to visit us. Sometimes the wave won't even show up even though we scheduled to be picked up at Garnett and Catalina. It's almost impossible. And no, we're not going to park in the police parking lot at 4 o'clock in the morning just so that we can get to church at 9 in the morning. So furthermore, this event has placed a harness on the residents' daily life. Senior citizens must have driving and walking access to their destinations. Also, the fire department. I don't know if you're well aware of it, but the fire department visits our building probably once a day. So when you have those water barrels or any kind of things that block off the entrance for the fire department to get, that's a life endangerment. We have people who are up to their 90 to 100 years old. And if they don't get that care immediately because there's a blockade, then I would think that there would be some kind of retribution from the city and being accountable for that. As a senior citizen in my past, I found it very difficult to cross the street to get to my church. Sometimes I'm told I'm not allowed. I have to wait or just forget it, or then I'll miss the wave to get to where I want to go. So anyway. It is not convenient for seniors to park or walk 1 or 3 blocks away from their home at 4 in the morning. Further concerns to be discussed at the open meeting. I had other questions. We're not against the event, just the location, whether you're a nonprofit or someone pockets money at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lily Lucas, and then Carissa Robinson.
Good evening, my name is Lily Lucas, and I, too, I'm a resident of 123 South Catalina Avenue, Casa de los Amigos. And this is also an opposition on the Super Bowl marathon. We residents cannot afford to be housebound on the one day that our relatives can come and visit it, or we can go out and visit, and church attendance. We are not opposed to the running. I used to run track in high school. But maybe they can do it at a park. There's a park on Aviation with a track. I mean, even it's better for your bones than running on a concrete, so you don't get shin splints. But in any case, there's plenty of room in that park. And like Carol said, some of the residents in the building cannot walk a block or two, much less 4 or 5 blocks that everybody in the neighborhood has to use the streets in order to park so that they can move their car. I don't understand the point of this marathon on Catalina. Maybe it's tradition. Well, except that the tradition is really causing a lot of problems for us old people. And I'm wondering why they cannot go to Caltrans and run on PCH when there's hardly any residents on PCH as opposed to Catalina. And I don't want my taxes to go to something like this when it's very inconvenient for the senior citizens. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Carissa Robinson, and then Brenton Rieger.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your dedicated service to our community. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the one-year anniversary of Mayor Bill Brand's passing. His vision and commitment to Redondo Beach continues to inspire us, and it's crucial we honor his memory by staying true to his ideals. As a longtime Redondo Beach resident, I'm here to express my strong support for Nils Nierenheim as the next mayor. Nils stands out as the most qualified candidate, bringing 8 years of invaluable city council experience to the table. Nils has consistently demonstrated his commitment to putting residents first. His track record speaks volumes, from saving $100 million through smart pension reform to modernizing City Hall with online permits. As a lifelong South Bay resident and 25-year ocean lifeguard, Nils truly understands our community's unique needs with and character. What sets Nils apart is his proven leadership and established relationships. As the former president of the Independent Cities Association, he's built crucial connections with LA County and state officials that will benefit Redondo Beach. With the World Cup and Olympics on the horizon, we need a leader who can navigate these challenges while preserving our beach town identity. Nils's integrity is unquestionable. He refuses donations from special interests or anyone doing business within the city. This commitment to transparency and ethical governance is exactly what Redondo Beach needs. Importantly, Nils doesn't get caught up in the minutia and prioritizes public safety, demonstrating his focus on issues that matter most to our community. His ability to see the bigger picture while addressing crucial concerns is a valuable asset to our city's leadership. I urge my fellow residents to vote for Nils Nierenheim. His experience, vision, and dedication make him the clear choice to lead Redondo Beach into a prosperous future. With Redondo Beach using ranked choice voting, Nils is undoubtedly my first choice for mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenton Rieger, and that's the last written request I have.
How's it going, Mayor and City Council? I am the leaseholder at 136 International Boardwalk, Project Barley, and we have had an ongoing issue with the roof leaking into our establishment for years, and we've been asking for it to get addressed. We keep getting told that it's the responsibility of us to fix the leaking roof that is coming from above. Every time it rains, it gets worse and worse. For several years, we've been talking about it, bringing it up. We just get told it's our responsibility. At this point, we have tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage to the drywall and the infrastructure above our kitchen. It's to the point where there's nothing we can do. Every time we plug a hole, it leaks somewhere else. It's dripping on patrons, and as much as I hate to say it here, it's dripping on patrons, and now it's found its way into our kitchen, and we're trying to figure out how to figure this problem out. It seems pretty basic that anybody that's fixed a roof knows you fix it from the top, and we're being tasked by the management company to fix it from underneath, which seems impossible. I don't really understand what we're supposed to do. Now we have this huge expense of fixing what has been fixed. From what I've been told, in the 80s, they put in these big, huge rain gutters that collect things and push them out onto the brand new pavers that we have. We don't have those in our spot. I don't know what happened or what transpired, but we don't have those. And we opened up the roof this week, and we pulled up the panels and cut out the drywall, and it's a series of like home grade house gutters with this corrugated like roofing stuff for an outdoor patio that runs into these gutters. And those have since failed, and we're trying to figure out what to do. I was told several times that it's being taken care of, and it clearly hasn't been, as this last rain, even as light as it was, completely destroyed our kitchen area and, where people try to sit and enjoy live music and food. And I'm just looking for somebody to do something because there's nothing else we can do. We're not going to rebuild the whole thing and have it just get destroyed again because it's not getting taken care of. And the problem is not getting taken care of.
Thanks for letting us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for written comments. Anyone else wish to address the council at this time? Anyone?
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council member, city staff, people are here. As I think most people know, I am running for mayor. And I must say, going through this process, I give anybody who goes through this process a lot of kudos. It has been a major learning experience. One of the things that as we all have been getting, we've been getting requests for answers to questions that are being published in the Daily Breeze and in the Patch and then Easy Reader. And one of the questions from the Patch was, what was the best advice you ever got? I mean, this whole process has really caused me a lot of reflection on lots of things in my life. And it made me realize the best advice I got for business was when I was in Rome. I was at an International Hotline Association meeting with 25 hotlines that reported child pornography, reporting from around the world. And I was sitting next to one of the executives at the National Center for Missing Exploited Children. And he was ex-military, ex-police, and he was in there and he was just on it. And he said to me, he looked at me and he said, Joan, one thing I have to tell you, he said, you either grow or you die. And I went, God, that's kind of crude. And I had to really reflect on that. And that was at a time then I took that association that I was working for and really grew it out. And I think that that same advice is what I have been seeing here in Redondo, is that we have not been growing. We have been dying. We have not gotten in the tax revenue that we've been needing. This has been going on for many, many years. What was just said about, Project Barley, what's been going on down there, we knew that down there, you're only putting lipstick on it because we knew that it was not built for what it was supposed to be doing. So, I just want people to realize that at this point in time, we really need to take a look at what's going on now and going on in our future, and we really need to grow. Another thing that happened, and I'll do this quickly, when I was growing up, there was a bar about 3 blocks away from where I lived, and it was like a Pat's 2 used to be. And all of a sudden, they were going from a Pat's 2, and they wanted to become a place for it was over 18 then, place for music and all of that. And people were so upset because there was going to be more traffic and more this. And my dad, who was pretty conservative, he goes, why not do that? He goes, let the kids, we want the kids close. If they're going to go out partying and dancing and drinking, let's have them as close as possible. So my dad was one of the ones that really supported having this place go because he felt it was safer for the kids to be able to have a local place to go to. So that's part of my pragmatism. I learned that from my dad. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the city council? Anyone online?
Yes, I have Chris at Hearn. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the mayor and the city council for your service. I want to briefly inform the community of the Great Blue Zones, Project MOIs, and other social connection programs provided by Beach City's Health District. Many of them are in person and some with a Zoom option. A moai is a Japanese word for an activity shared with others that benefits your well-being. The Beach City's Health District MOI, and it's spelled capital MOAI, is a group of people who decide to meet monthly for a common purpose. And it can include activities like walking, discussions with a purpose, and potluck meals. Some examples here in the beach cities, through Beach Cities Health District, are the vegan potluck moai, restaurant dining moai, book club moai, and a walking moai. I think there's a couple of those. These health and socially focused programs are rewarding and fun. You can join one or help start one. Some health-focused monthly meetings are described on the Beach Cities Health District website. That's bchd.org. And the MOIs are listed and explained online at bchd.org/MOI, MOAI. I'm very thankful to the members of the groups I attend and also to the great staff at Beach Cities Health District who organize, facilitate, and maintain these groups and who are focused on professional service to our community. So thank you for this opportunity to let people know about that.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No one else online, and we have one e-comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will go into, actually, we have to go to K, ex parte communications on L1. So Councilmember Narenheim.
We didn't talk on this, did we?
Not recently.
Not recently. Just members of the public, city staff. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, members of the public and city staff, I believe.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Members of the public, Public Safety Commissioner Nancy Skiba, staff, that's it.
Councilmember Barrett.
With respect to tonight's item, members of the public, city staff, and Mayor Jim Light.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Members of the public, staff, Jim Light, Mayor Light, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And I've had discussions with several of the council members, city staff, and emails and discussions with members of the public. So with that, we will go to item L1, which is on ordinances related to cannabis. Before we get to the presentation, can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we have our public hearing for introduction and first reading of the cannabis regulatory ordinances. We have been working on our cannabis retail program in Redondo Beach for some time, starting with the establishment of the Cannabis Steering Committee in 2018. And after receiving the committee's feedback, and after both Planning Commission and Council review, the regulatory ordinances were adopted in September of 2022. The cannabis ordinances that were approved in 2022 are the ordinances that we are amending with the versions that are being presented to the council tonight. The council has been working on updating the ordinances since December of 2023, when staff had identified some discrepancies and some gaps in the existing ordinances. The cannabis regulations have been on the city council's agenda a total of 10 times since December 2023, so a lot of work has gone into refining these regulations. The most recent meeting was on January 21st, where the council provided the direction you see up on the screen. You first directed the Planning Commission to review the zoning ordinances at a public hearing that was held last week on February 3rd. The second direction you gave was to staff to schedule a public hearing for tonight, and that is what we are doing. So just as a quick reminder, before we get to the Planning Commission's recommendations, there are 3 ordinances that we are updating. The first to amend the municipal code to allow for commercial cannabis activities in the city. There are 2 of them because they apply to 2 different areas of the city, the coast and inland zones. They're identical in content and they provide definitions and zoning requirements. These are the 2 ordinances that help us build out that buffer map that was part of the agenda packet tonight. And the third ordinance regulates commercial cannabis activities in the city, and it provides things like operating standards and application procedures. And so there are 2 areas of our ordinances that we do just need further direction on tonight. The first is related to the Planning Commission's recommendation to the City Council. As it relates to the buffer area, they wanted the council to consider not removing section C6DB. They wanted the council to consider keeping the 1,000-foot buffer between two cannabis operators in there. That was their only recommendation from that meeting. So that's the first item staff would like direction on from the city council. The second item is just a language update, just to provide clarification. I worked with the city attorney earlier today, and just to ensure that the language in this section mimics other areas of our existing code, we want to change that red text that you see up on the screen. So instead of no permitted cannabis retailer may operate from a location that has previously been enforced upon for illegal cannabis activities, we'll just go ahead and provide some further definition to that. So no permitted cannabis retailer may operate from a location where illegal cannabis-related or drug-related activity has occurred. So just clarifying it and making sure that it's similar to other areas of our existing code. So those are the only two areas that we're looking for some specific direction on tonight, if you're okay with the update to this language, and then just feedback on the commission's recommendation to you. And these are the procedures for tonight. You've already opened the public hearing. You will take testimony and deliberate. Then you will close the public hearing. And then if the council chooses, you will introduce the 3 ordinances and adopt the resolution listed. So it's a short presentation tonight. We've done a lot of work so far, but with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I'm available for questions, and I'll go back to the screens where we do need some further feedback from the city council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich, anything you'd like to say at this time, since we can't see if you're raising your hand?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Light. I do have some comments that I wanted to just highlight. Thank you for the presentation, all the work. Elizabeth, Director House, you've been amazing. I want to start this conversation because I know, at least I can say that I've gotten a lot of feedback from the community on this. I'm a mom. That's probably why I'm sick right now. I have 2 kids. One of them's in middle school, and she does ride her bike to Artesia Boulevard with that swarm of kids. So I don't want to do anything that's going to endanger our children or anything to create any kind of quality of life issues in the city. I don't think that's any of our intentions in this. I do want to remind everyone that I did make a referral to regulate smoke shops in our city that seem to be popping up everywhere. And through that referral, it was brought to light that those businesses, those smoke shops, were popping up everywhere because they're classified as retail. And, the local papers did a great job reporting on our most recent cannabis discussion. But I think they missed the bigger point in not talking about what we discussed with smoke shops. So that's a separate item that we're working on. But I just wanted to highlight that, Director House, you covered this. I apologize. I'm going to try to keep this short. But there is already an ordinance that is allowing cannabis in the city, and it was passed in September 2022. It exists already, and what we're doing today and all the work that we've been doing here is to improve, close any loopholes, and make sure that this process, we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's so that everything lines up with all of our intentions to make this the safest, addressing all the concerns that have been brought up from the community. So tonight is our work on the infrastructure to do this the best way we can. There are other steps beyond what we're doing tonight that will include talking about opening up for applications, being ready for those RFPs, but that is not what we're doing here tonight. And I also want to address, there's been comments made about the voters not approving this. And I think there was Measure E that was voted down by the voters. And that was going to allow 3 cannabis dispensaries in the city. And it failed. At the same time is when the council passed that ordinance in 2022. And the ordinance allows us to be a lot more flexible, a lot more responsive to the community's needs about all of these things happening with cannabis. If it were voted on by the residents, the only way we could change it would be to go back to the voters. So I want to make those points. And I also have, excuse me, the last thing I wanted to mention, when it comes to delivery, we all understand that it's already happening in the city. And by putting this ordinance together with this entire process, we can regulate it. Without this process, we cannot do it. And because we have this in place, we'll have access to the state's track and trace system, so we can regulate it, we can monetize it, and enforce it. So all of this going forward is giving us the tools to deliver on what the community is actually asking us to do. And there will be a discussion in the future about, are we ready to open up the applications for cannabis? But that's not what we're discussing tonight. We're just talking about this infrastructure that we've been working on for so long. And my last comment is, if my voice is going to hold out, is that I watched the Planning Commission discussion, and one thing that was pointed out is that by delineating where these shops could be by districts, I think I think that's not the way to go, because the district lines are not permanent. Our last census, it was recommended by staff that it was recommended that the lines move for the council districts. That's not what happened. But I suspect in the next census, there will be such a great standard deviation that will be mandated to move the lines. So my ask tonight is that we change the location to by zip code, 1 in 90277 and 1 in 90278. That's all I have. That's all I have voice for tonight.
Okay, thank you. And you support the 1,000-foot separation that is being recommended by the Planning Commission?
I do. I would like to hear, I guess, some discussion about how that pertains to the zip codes. I will have to look at it, but that might be a discussion. I'm assuming that would be delineated by 190th, and I don't think there's any opportunities between the two zip codes that are closer than 1,000 feet. So I would support it.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, do you see a conflict if we put both of those in?
No, I'm looking at 190th right now. There aren't two properties across from one another. That's within
No, but
1,000
if we
feet.
put the 1,000-foot and the 902,779, that's not.
And the zip codes go along 190th, the
Yeah,
split.
that's what she
That's why. That's what I mean.
Okay.
We'll be okay.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification. Elizabeth, you were referenced in connection with the comment, I think, that there's already an ordinance that allows cannabis delivery into the city. And correct me if you're the expert, correct me if I'm wrong. That law, I think it's SB 1186 perhaps, allows medicinal only cannabis delivery into the city. Is that your understanding?
I did some research today, and what I pulled up stated that Senate Bill 1186 states that cities cannot ban cannabis deliveries within our jurisdiction, recreational or medicinal.
Or medicinal. And did the city attorney have a comment on that? Did you speak with the city attorney or city attorney's office?
I'm not sure if he's logged on, but I also pulled up some California state codes just to make sure that was backed up, and I found a couple of code sections that validated that. I don't believe he's had a chance to look at it.
Okay.
But I'm happy to share the code sections with the council.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then, Ms. Park, do you know the answer as to whether or not California law requires cities to allow other than medicinal delivery?
I think Mr. Webb is online, so he can answer that question.
on or is he on?
Mr. Webb?
City Attorney Webb, you've got the floor if you're on. Is he on?
Yeah, I'm on. Let me text Ms. Howe, and because my understanding was similar to Councilmember Barron's, but I didn't have a chance to review, or I didn't get sent any of the material she's talking about. So let me look at it and I'll give an answer.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll come
Thank
back.
you, Mayor.
Is that it, Councilmember Barron? Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So I totally agree with what Councilmember Kalajerovich said, and to add more color to our comments, back when Measure E was being proposed, when we talked to residents, we specifically said, hey, the council is going to work on getting two retailers in Redondo Beach, one in the north, one in the south, and you should leave it up to council to have discretion to adjust it exactly as Councilmember Kalajerovich just explained, rather than have to amend the ordinance or the laws through voter initiative or voter approval every time we wanted to make a slight change. And on that basis, I think we got subscription from the residents to go ahead and knock down Measure E and pass Measure CT, which was cannabis tax, by an overwhelming majority. And on that note, I also support the division of 90278 and 90277. I'm not sure where in this process, in those 10 meetings in the last 3 years, we moved from the zip code separation, but a resident did just ask me, hey, is it separated by zip codes? And I had to double check, and I was like, oh, no, it's not. And so that's a must-have, I think, for North Redondo residents. And I know that Councilmember Nierenheim has expressed a desire to have one in the village, and as we should have one, but I think the residents of North Redondo definitely don't want both of them in North Redondo, and there's this kind of fear or paranoia that that they will end up both in North Redondo if we don't legislate it otherwise. So that's all.
You agree with the 1,000-foot rule recommended by the
Sure.
Planning Commission? Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, I am perfectly fine with 90277, 90278. I think that's fine. Again, we're not trying to put them all in one part of the city. I think it's good to spread it out. And I also think the 1,000-foot buffer should be in there, but we're not going to have that issue if it's 190th.
If it's two zip codes, it won't be an issue.
Right, it won't be an issue. So, but I still think it should be in there somehow. If zip codes change, you never know. I mean, anything could happen, right? Now, getting back to some of the things that I've seen online, some people have said over and over again, Measure E was voted down. The reason Measure E was voted down is all of us up here were against it because it wanted 3 dispensaries. It was written specifically by a retailer for their benefit. And we looked at it and said, this is not good. If you look at, if you could go back, Ms. Howe, to the timeline. Thank you. Measured CT was passed in 2023. 76% of people voted for it. That's higher than Measure FP, which was for fire and police. So it was clear that people had some idea what was going on. Some people said, well, people didn't know what was going on. If they didn't know what was going on, then A, they would have voted for that, or B, or they would have voted no against it, and if they were against it, and B, 73% of people voted for Prop 64 back in 2018. That is overwhelming. So it's disingenuous to say that people didn't know what this was about. We started this in 2018. A cannabis steering committee was formed. The people that were on the cannabis steering committee includes the current superintendent of the school district. It included the Beach Cities Health District, included an expert on marijuana or cannabis. It included the fire and police departments. We took went to great lengths to make sure we got input. I know a lot of folks here are from the school, have kids in the school district. I've talked to people about this. I'm a parent of 2 daughters who went through the school district. We started this process when my youngest daughter was 11 years old, a highly impressionable age, and the other one was 15, another highly impressionable. So I took great length and great pause in thinking about whether or not this would harm children. I was a school board member for 8 years. For me, this is very serious business because I dedicated 8 years of my life to making sure that our kids were safe, that we have a great school district. I don't think that will change based on this. I know people will disagree, but I don't believe this will change. I've talked to people in other cities, council members. How has this affected your community? Not one of them have said kid usage is up of cannabis. Not one of them has told me, including some very conservative folks. One person was a council member up in Northern California as a former police officer. And I said, are you sure? He goes, yeah, this has been nothing but good for our community. You know, I know a lot of folks are concerned about it. I think it's great that you're here to talk about it. That's fine. Please voice your concerns. That's good. But we've been at this for 7 years now, actually probably even longer, but 7 years now since the official start of this with the steering committee. So this is not something that has crept up and all of a sudden is in front of us. We've been at this now for many, many meetings. It's been in the newspaper. And I don't know what to say if people weren't aware of it, but we've been at this for a really long time in open session hearings and in the newspaper. So I get the concerns. I'm glad to hear what people have to say, but I think we're down the path of moving forward on this. Again, the ordinance has already been passed. This is a question of tweaking it, as Councilmember Kalajarovich said. So thank you.
Thank you. Director House, if we make, is 1,000 feet currently baked into this, what we have in front of us?
No,
And the change by zip code isn't?
no.
So can we adopt these resolutions with these minor changes?
I believe we can, as long as when we read the titles, we say as amended. So as amended tonight, we'll go ahead and introduce the ordinances and adopt the resolution.
Okay. and
So
you
this would
agree
be
with-
considered the first reading then?
Correct.
Cheryl, you agree with that? Or Mike, or?
With the caveat that Mr. Webb might overrule.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's the first reading. If you make any substantive changes next time, then you'd have to reintroduce it as a first reading. But on the first reading, you can
Make minor changes.
you can make substantive changes.
Okay.
It's the second one where you can't do that and not continue it. I've looked at the sections that Ms. House has sent me. I think they're part of the overall cannabis regulations. So for what it's worth, though I haven't seen them before 5 minutes ago, I still think cannabis delivery is only, the city is only preempted by the state when it has to do with medical marijuana.
Medical marijuana only?
Yeah,
Okay.
but you know, I'll research it more for when we come back for next week, if that makes the difference.
Okay,
Can I
thank
make-
you.
Can I ask, City
this?
Attorney? This is Paige. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
hey, sorry.
Sorry. On delivery, even if it's only medical, I just wonder if you could, how do you distinguish if you're delivering? You're not allowed to ask someone, do you have a prescription for this? Why do you need this? So how do you distinguish between the two?
Well, that's an enforcement question for your chief of police. But in terms of what's allowed and what's preempted, it's providing access to municipal cannabis patients. Now, I'll say that in the past, when it wasn't legalized for people over 18, there was great difficulty because it only had to be upon recommendation of the doctor. And so when they did have citations for it and they go to court, we'd have 18-year-olds showing up with a note that it was recommended for chronic fatigue. I was skeptical of whether a lot of 18-year-olds were suffering from chronic fatigue and whether or not that was the proper remedy. So it can be difficult, but the question is whether or not we're preempted and have to allow it. Again, just having looked at it for 5 minutes, I still think that in the original question had to do with SB 1186. And that, was titled The Medicinal Cannabis Patient's Right of Access.
Okay, thank you. Did that answer your question, Councilmember Kalajevic?
Yeah, I think it mostly did. My underlying question is how that relates to HIPAA laws. So, well, I'm sure we're going to look into it and discuss it more.
Well, again, it's up to the council. The council, I don't think whether it was allowing something that wasn't allowed. You certainly don't have to allow dispensaries. And so I'm not certain why this is relevant for the council's decision. It's certainly relevant for the police officers and enforcing it.
Understood.
Anything else, Councilmember Kalajevic?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So first of all, Councilmember Baji, I never made a recommendation for the village. That was Riviera Business Association.
Sorry.
They made that. No, it's all good. I just want to make sure people get that the business association down there, Improvement District, made that recommendation. Chief, can you please, Chief Hoffman, can you come down for a moment? I always believe that sunlight kind of the best disinfectant on so many of these subjects. We were just talking about delivery, Chief, and a couple of months ago, maybe a year ago or so, we had residents come down and talk about how in the beach life advertising, there was delivery being advertised and to Beach Life Festival. And it's happened more than once. And I believe we looked into it. And speaking of enforcement, best person to ask on a question like this would be the police chief. So do you remember the question, time of question and that was had?
I do. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Police Chief. So I remember seeing that ad and it coming up and us discussing it. And the recollection that I have was that the ad was placed in a publication that was licensed by Beach Life, but it wasn't actually a Beach Life magazine. It was a licensed publication. And the wording of the ad, depending on how it was interpreted by the reader, could have implied that there was going to be deliveries in the area of Beach Life, but it didn't explicitly say that. It was from a delivery company that does deliveries in the city of Redondo Beach, but it didn't explicitly say we'll deliver cannabis products to Beach Life. And my understanding, and I'm not aware of any complaints or calls or any activity related to deliveries in and around Beach Life during that event. And my understanding and the follow-up that we've had since is that although technically that ad wasn't illegal and the company didn't do anything illegal by putting that ad in a licensed publication, that the promoters have chosen not to move forward with that ad in the publications in the future.
Yeah, the biggest point for me about it is that ad was talking about having delivery coming to the city, to a private property here in Redondo. And that was not what we did not see as a violation.
How is that
So,
relevant
okay.
to what we're discussing?
Everything, we're
Does
doing
it change-
cannabis
Does it
delivery.
change what you're going to put in the ordinance?
Yeah, absolutely it does. So thank you, Chief.
Can I ask him a question while he's up here? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. 2 years ago, you were up here, I think it was 2 years ago, we were talking about an illegal dispensary where there was an armed robbery.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, can you discuss that again, what happened?
Okay, 2 years ago, let's see, I know we've had a couple of incidents. We had, I can't
Gun was
remember.
taken from the security guard, that one, and we didn't have the cameras on it, I think.
That was one on aviation.
Yes.
Right. I recall the incident and I don't want to, you're going to have to give me a little bit of leeway with the exact facts because it's been a couple of years. But it was one of the illegal dispensaries. In my time with the city, we've definitely had a handful of those that we've had to deal with, and they were an enforcement challenge for sure. And in this instance, there was a security guard that was at this one. And during the robbery, they were able to disarm the security guard. High risk event. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. but it does show that at these illegally operated locations where we don't have the control, that there's a much higher likelihood that there's going to be criminal activity.
I believe it was 2 days in between the armed robbery and when we actually found out about it, if I recall correctly.
That's right. I mean, you're going to see that when you have operations that are operating illegally, is they're not going to be willing to work with law enforcement. And with the type of ordinance that is being proposed, there's some strict controls in there that's going to require compliance and cooperation with law enforcement, which is a benefit to us.
And one last question, sorry to interrupt you. What impact would the ordinance and legal retailers have on illegal, in your opinion, or what you've talked to other police chiefs? What impact would it have, or would it have an impact?
Well, I can speak from just the conversations that I've had with other chiefs, is that the legal establishments are very well run and produce revenue for the city, where the illegal ones continue to be illegal, a problem for law enforcement, draw on our resources and require a significant amount of effort in order to get them out of the city.
Thank you.
Before you sit down, and excuse me a second, are you satisfied with the ordinance as written from the requirements as well as the enforcement side of things?
Sure. I mean, what I can tell you is that I've worked very, very closely with Elizabeth and her staff and we've gone over every detail of the ordinance. And I feel that what I had opportunity to weigh in on and present to the council is in the best interest of law enforcement, but obviously, ultimately, that decision is going to be up to the mayor and council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. You actually, there's a reason why you and I have been working together for 8 years hand in hand, because that's exactly the line of question I was going to go down, which was regarding enforcement. We've had a church on Artesia Boulevard. We've had in the news multiple times there were reported illegal dispensaries. And from when talking to other cities that have these dispensaries, legal dispensaries open up, it is much easier to enforce an anti-dispensary law when you have a legal outlet. And the point with delivery and delivery only is it's happening in our city. I looked earlier today. I can show the screenshots if you like, but there in South Redondo alone, there were 8 delivery companies in 6 delivery companies in South Redondo, 1 in North Redondo, and the other one had none in North Redondo, and let's see here, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in South Redondo. I've been a big proponent of enforcement and doing things right, and to the point of Measure E from a few years ago, I put a whole website together and make sure that we fought that, and it was my wake-up call to the actors, the bad actors in this, and that in doing the research with this, I found out through the voter information, there's over 15,700 people who support legalized cannabis recreational, and only a mere 4,500 people that actually are against it. And that tells me if someone were to come back and do a Measure E version 2.0 and make it sound reasonable, they could possibly try to come in here and usurp our ordinances and our laws. And here's the problem with that. The only way for the city council here to change that is to put another ballot measure on to change that ordinance or that law. So it's important for me that we take control under our own council rules up here. And looking at the federal government, we've just had the most cannabis-friendly president, and going to the next president who's going to be even more cannabis-friendly, it's kind of going one way, and our moratorium that we've had in place isn't working anymore. So I want to protect the city, protect the residents, and ensure we don't have bad actors coming and telling us what to do and how to do it. It's a very dangerous precedent. So I watched the Planning Commission meeting as well. I wanted to correct a couple of things that were said during one thing in particular that was said is all of Artesia Boulevard is zoned out for District 4, and that's it. The only portion that's in District 5 has some sensitive uses and is buffered out. So if something, there are, at my community meeting last month, I think it was, someone made a comment that their business on aviation, which is in District 4, is getting multiple offers. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in Artesia. If it's in district, if one of these districts, it will satisfy that requirement. I want to go down the path of making sure we have our rules. I'm okay with the 1,000-foot rule. I'd rather, I don't see a point to have it if we have it 9277778, but sure. If we go down the path of one per zip code, that would put districts essentially 3, 4, and 5 into one loop and 1 and 2 into one group, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I would need.
For the most part, except for a small part of 3.
It's very small. Well, no, actually,
Like a
that's
little
zoned out.
corner.
BCHD zones it out.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. 190th up
I'm
there.
talking about, yeah, just west of Prospect. It's District 3.
Yeah, that's,
902772.
yeah, but there's no commercial there.
Good point.
So I'm all about enforcement. I'd love to hear from the public on the 2 zip code things. I'd rather have it just per district. I'd rather go down that route, but
When
I'm
you say
fine.
that, you mean still 2, but no more than 1
Yes,
in
so
each
yeah,
district?
yeah, yeah.
Bonds Shopping Center, commercial.
That's zoned out because of BCHD. Yeah,
Got it. Okay, thank you.
and sensitive uses.
Director House, would you mind showing a zoomed out picture of the,
Sure.
so the audience understands what we're talking about? And the exclusion zones.
So let me know if there's a certain section you'd like to zoom in on.
So anything in yellow, blue,
These are
aqua,
all buffers.
those are all exclusion zones for some different reason.
Yes.
Okay, and let's see, you're just above Artesia there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Artesia has only a few places. Looks like the eastern end.
Yep.
And some in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And then aviation has a little block of area. And then where, as we go down to South Redondo?
Well, we got, don't forget 190th.
Oh, yeah, 190th. So there's some on the east side there and some on the very western end.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the village area. Okay, that looks like the hot spot.
The hot spot.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted the public to have a chance to look at that since they may not have pulled it down online.
And real quick, just, we have protections in place for advertising and advertising standards, so there's no big green leaf on the building.
Correct. We've put some pretty strict requirements on how the outside of the building can look, and there's no advertising permitted on the outside. I mean, there's some pretty stringent restrictions the council has put in place for any operator in the city.
Okay.
And there's a design review as well, right?
Correct, yes. Mhm.
Okay, anything else, Councilmember there?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Ultimately, this question of whether or not to have storefront cannabis shops in Redondo Beach is a personal decision that each council member needs to reach on their own. And I and no one else should question anyone's motives or integrity in that respect. I personally believe that retail storefront cannabis shops in Redondo Beach is a bad idea. In a lot of, please hold your,
If you agree with something, show hands. If you don't, give them a thumbs down. Thank you.
that's my personal belief. And a lot of residents, maybe most, especially parents, feel the same. And for good reason. Storefront retail cannabis shops in Redondo Beach absolutely sends the wrong message of cannabis acceptance to our youth. It really does. And teenagers, they have enough challenges as it already is. And I don't want to pile on with something like this. Does it generate revenue? No doubt. It's going to do that. But at what cost to our community? Is it worth it? That's the decision that needs to be made. And if there's one place in all of Redondo Beach that's uniquely unfit for a storefront retail cannabis shop, it's Artesia Boulevard between Aviation and Inglewood. Cannabis shops are not contemplated in the Aviation Artesia Corridor Area Project, ACAP. It's not in there. So we don't have to do this. And there's already a lot of evidence, and it's known that Artesia Boulevard is one of the most school-walked, safe street-walked areas in the entire city. We have a middle school. We have a bike path. We have all of the high school kids. We have the high school buses. We have the after schools. We have up and down Artesia Boulevard with teenagers, middle schoolers, and high school kids. The last thing they need is a storefront retail cannabis shop that sends a message of acceptance to them. And Artesia Boulevard in that area between Inglewood and Aviation is already saturated, maybe oversaturated with smoke shops and vape shops and liquor stores and the like. And I certainly don't think that a cannabis shop is the type of ribbon-cutting revitalization of Artesia Boulevard business that the residents have long been asking and waiting for. So, delivery only into the city, track and trace, no storefront retail shops. My personal opinion is the way to go. But as I said, each council member has their own beliefs, and I'm not saying I'm correct about how I believe, but I would be remiss were I not to share that with everyone here, including the public. So for those reasons, I'm a no on this cannabis ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. From your discussion there, it's obvious, you don't want this at all. But given that this may likely pass, would you want to ask that Artesia be rolled out?
Well, I would, but I'll say a couple things. One, thank you, Mayor, it's correct. I think not having an Artesia Boulevard between Inglewood and Aviation would alleviate a lot of those concerns. Let's put it in a different place, somewhere maybe a little more commercial located. That said, a large portion of Artesia Boulevard is District 4. Part of it's District 5. Yes, it impacts District 5. But we do have a district system of governance here. And so, I'm going to give quite a bit of deference to what District 4 wants to do there. And I'd be very reluctant to try to rally something around that that doesn't include District 4. So thank you.
Could you show that drawing again so we can see focus in on Artesia to see what that area looks like? So where's Inglewood on there?
Yeah, it's over there to the right, just where you see the pink, there it is. The bright pink buildings, yeah, there.
Okay.
So just while he was speaking, I was looking at the map, and before that, and I was already thinking, east of Inglewood Avenue is the kind of ideal location on Artesia Boulevard because it becomes much more industrial there across the street from Lawndale. There's a car wash, there's mechanic shop and some other shops rather than bus stops and stuff where kids cross. So, I mean, I'd be fine with that as a compromise. Keep it to east of Inglewood Boulevard and Artesia Boulevard, but I do want to preserve the Galleria in that area east of Inglewood.
Now, realizing South Bay Social District may
want one, great, exactly.
No, but it will have units on it, residential units.
Sure.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, nobody's going to put a shop inside of their homes.
Well, they might, but it'd be illegal.
So, but I wonder actually, how many students here are under the age of 18? If you could raise your hand, please. Hi. Okay, I'm seeing like 5, 6, 7 hands or so. All right, you put your hand down. How many of you, please raise your hand, if you're given $50 or $100, would have difficulty getting cannabis by the end of the week, or would have no idea how to get cannabis by the end of the week? Just raise your hand if you'd find that as an impossible task because it's not legal in Redondo Beach.
It's
Okay.
out there.
I think I saw one hand pop back up. So
It was Eugene.
that's to say,
He's a kid, so.
okay, I apologize. All right. So not, okay, I'll withdraw the question. Apologize for that. My point is, it is here in the community and it's being used in the community. I've called the police on people parked, students parked in a handicap spot at Perry Park smoking pot. And we need to do something differently in order to tackle this problem. We need revenue for more education. We need revenue for police enforcement. So this is a road we've been down on, and as Councilmember Nierenheim explained, we start going backwards on this. It's very easy for cannabis retailers to come back, the same guy that was here years ago, or a new company, spend money, send paid canvassers down the street to collect signatures, and here we go again. Do you think cannabis should be legal in Redondo Beach? That's an easy yes for a lot of people. Okay, and design the ordinance exactly for them, put in $500,000 on a gamble, and what will the council say then? We tried to pass a cannabis ordinance, but then we backed out at the last minute? No.
Okay, thank you. So far, it seems like there's fairly universal agreement on the change by zip code, although it sounded like Councilmember Nierenheim, you had some reservation in there.
I'd rather keep it one per district. It spreads it just out everywhere. This goes back to the conversation, and I appreciate what was talked about just now about keeping an area out. The very core part of what we've come to and distilled after all these many hundreds of hours of conversation is, by zoning more and more properties out, you make them more valuable in the process. And so you make the landowner or leaseholder essentially holding the tools and the keys. So what are we trying to accomplish with the zone outs, with the buffer zones? I think we accomplished that. Those were hard fought battles. And I think keeping the kind of the way it is now, it's set, was a hard fought battle for a lot of us all the way through from 2018. So I think we should just keep the buffer zones as is, because again, like I said, you don't want to exclude so many commercial properties. Now all of a sudden you're handing a gold mine to certain property owners and make it impossible for those operators to be successful if that day comes, if that day comes.
Okay, thanks. And it sounded like there was near universal acceptance of the 1,000-foot recommendation from the Planning Commission. And then there's the request or the desire of Councilmember Barrett that if this is going to go forward, that we exclude Artesia from aviation to Inglewood. So those are the three things we've kind of been discussing around. Sounds like the rest of the ordinance, nobody's been arguing any other points. So
I would agree with, if Councilmember Baji is fine with that, it's his district, that's fine. And I also am sensitive to the fact that some people think, oh, it's all gonna be in North Redondo, or it's all gonna be in South Redondo. I think both zip codes, if they want one, can have one. I think that's what it comes down to.
Okay.
The representatives from that. So I think that's fair.
Okay, and Councilmember Keller-Jarovich, she's still out there? I can't see you raising your hand, so I'm just giving you a chance to chime in.
No, I'm still here and listening to the conversation. I would give deference to Councilman Obaji about excluding aviation between Inglewood excluding Artesia between Inglewood and Aviation. But for the reasons I mentioned before, I think the zip code is the most precise and fair way of doing it. Council district lines can change, so
And you're okay with the 1,000 feet, correct?
yes.
Okay,
Mayor.
go ahead.
If you all recall, the first time we discussed this, Councilmember Barron, my concern was about this area right here next to aviation, where these residents to this day have an allergic reaction when they hear about cannabis coming to Redondo because they had such a bad experience with an illegal cannabis shop right here. And we've heard from one of the students actually who came and testified to the lines and the crimes that were being committed by people who were parked in their cars smoking and the like. So what I'd ask is if we're gonna bar this area out, it extend all the way to Aviation Boulevard, inclusive of Aviation Boulevard,
I'm agreeable to that.
west of Inglewood.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion before we open it up to the public?
Oh, no, we have to do public hearing for, close public hearing first.
No, we can make a motion as long as we don't pass it. We can wait till afterward.
Yeah.
All right, let's just wait.
Okay, so we'll open it up to public comment. And we'll start with written comments first. Melissa DeChant. And then it'll be Nikki Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor Light, council members, city staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I want to take a moment to thank our District 3 council member and actually anyone here who was responsible for urging the city on to deal with the smoke shops, because that is a statewide problem. Kids can access almost anything. They don't go to illegal dispensaries because they don't have to. They go to legal smoke shops where IDs are checked 30% of the time at best. That's peer review data. So thank you all. And I also want to give kudos to resident Jonathan Svetko, because I've heard him over the last 9 months talking about the illegal hemp products, the psychedelic hemp products that are sold in these shops and the illegal cannabis that's there. I personally have seen it myself. I want to address a few things on cannabis. And the first thing I want to say is that Redondo does not have to have storefront retail cannabis, period. We don't have to. You can pass an ordinance and not have that. And kudos to Councilmember Barron. I really appreciate all of your topics. They're spot on. Prop 64 decriminalized marijuana and made it legal, and then each state has to do their ordinance. There's a vast difference between wanting Proposition 64 and then wanting retail cannabis in your city. And you can see that up and down the state. Look at any ordinance up and down the state, not just within our beach cities where people do not want retail cannabis. And I have to say, I do take offense when you say Measure E, people knew what they were talking about. How many people show up at these council meetings? I have been here for 9 months, either here or on Zoom, and I can tell you sometimes there's 3 or 4 people, planning commissions, 3 or 4 people. People are not here to hear that. I don't think that you're being disingenuous or trying to be deceptive, but that is the reality. I also want to say that with regards to wanting more drug prevention and drug education, awesome. Tier 3 revenues come from tax. Right now, there's a $3.1 billion deficit in state sales tax from cannabis companies. I urge you all to follow what's happening in the industry, and I know you, Councilmember Obaji, are well aware of this. I also want to say, too, with all due respect to Councilman Lowenstein, fact is fact. Opinion is anecdotal experience. It's opinion. I live in the world of peer review, and the only thing better than data is better data. And I say this all the time in my daily work and here. Someone saying that we have decreased cannabis use when we have legal dispensaries, that's opinion. The peer review data in California from the California Department of Public Health out in October suggests something very different. I also want to say that better data, JAMA, the Journal of American Medicine, came out this week with an article looking at the largest cohort of kids ever, the Colorado experience. Kids who were teenagers, who are now 20, 25, 26, 27, 28, were followed 1,100. Long-term working memory loss. This is better data. This is what's happening in Colorado. Thank you very much for all you do. And
I disagree with you all on this, but I do deeply appreciate everything each of you, all of you do for our city. You show up and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Shant, if I may ask you a question, what's your take on Measure CT that was passed?
I think it's great because SB 1186 only allows for medicinal delivery unless someone else is aware of something else that the state of California says. And I think.
No, the
people-
taxing
The
of it.
taxing, I think that's important. I would love for us to have a delivery-only model in tax once the Department of Cannabis Control and their testing failures are normalized, because that concerns me when we have contaminated cannabis supplies. That's not my opinion. That's excellent reporting from the LA Times showing that there is a failure at the very top level. And every cannabis company operator should be screaming at the DCC to rectify this. It helps their business, which is already impossibly difficult to navigate through with the crazy taxation. So I think the taxation's great. I'd love to see us do a delivery only. It protects our kids. It's a win-win for everyone, the cannabis companies, our kids, our city. But again, thank you very much. I really do appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Nikki Vasquez, and then I'm having trouble reading it. Jose Ivan Iniguez, I think.
Hello, my name is Nikki Vasquez, and I'm a D3 resident and parent of 2 young children. I'd like to first thank Councilmember from District 5 for your thoughtful words and for listening to your residents. I strongly oppose retail cannabis storefronts in Redondo Beach. I urge council members to respect the wishes of their residents. I do not want Redondo, with our award-winning best school district in Los Angeles, to be the only beach city with storefront dispensaries. If we must do it, then let's do delivery only, like our neighboring cities. Please do the right thing for our children and our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Ivan Iniguez, I apologize if I'm butchering that. Iniguez.
How are you guys? It's good to see you. I'm never at these meetings. I have better things to do at home. I work for a living. I'm a homeowner. I do Boy Scouts. I attend church. Like, this is not where I want to be, right? But I'm here because of this. I'm here tonight not just as a concerned citizen, but as a parent who refuses to stand by while our city leaders ignore the will of the people and put our children at risk. The residents of Redondo Beach have already spoken. We voted no to marijuana dispensaries. And I think the language for the CT, it made it seem like Melissa just said, yeah, of course, we should tax it. I voted to tax it, but it was under my impression that it was going to be from deliveries, not to have it in here. That's why I voted no on one and yes on the other. The language is just a little bit off. In any case, no matter what the industry claims, studies show that increased access to marijuana leads to increased use among teens. A 2021 study published in the journal Studies on Alcohol and Drugs found that states with legal marijuana saw higher rates of teen use compared to those without. The National Institute on Drug Abuse reports that when teens perceive marijuana as more accessible and less risky, use does go up, and dispensaries contribute to that perception. In Colorado, after recreational marijuana was legalized, youth marijuana-related hospital visits increased by 147%. That's absolutely insane. And for you to sit here as adults and think, oh, that's okay, let that happen, like, that's just mind-boggling to me. The presence of dispensaries normalizes marijuana, making it seem as harmless as buying a soda, but it's not harmless, especially for our kids. The science is clear. Marijuana does harm adolescent brain development. The adolescent brain is still developing until age 25, and the THC, which I'm sure all of you guys are aware, it's huge right now. It's not like it was when you guys were smoking marijuana. It's a lot worse now, right? It's a lot higher. A study from the American Medical Association found that teen marijuana users experience IQ declines of up to 8 points, and those cognitive losses are irreversible. Teen users are 4 to 7 times more likely to develop marijuana addiction compared to adults. So of course, if me and you want to go and get high, it's not that big of a deal. We know how to deal with it. But for kids, it's a lot harder. All right, marijuana use is linked to increased anxiety, depression, and psychosis in young people. And this is all according to research published in the Lancet Psychiatry. This is not fear-mongering, this is science. There's a difference. And we have a responsibility to protect our children from these risks. Marijuana dispensaries make it easier for teens to get high. A 2022 study from UCLA found that 30% of Los Angeles dispensaries illegally sold, 30% illegally sold marijuana to minors. In Oregon, it was 1 in 4. All right. So the reality is, like I said, when it comes to this, just do the right thing. All right. If you guys want to tax it, if you guys want it as it comes in, absolutely, I'm all for it. Like you, man. Thank you for stepping up and and being on the outside, come on, like you, Nariam, come on, dude, step up, do what's right for the kids. Not do it just doesn't make any sense any other way. Just think of the
Yes,
kids,
sir.
not yourselves. Thank you.
Sam Jurist and then Robert Merkelbach.
Good evening, Mayor Light, Mayor Light, members of the council, council staff. We would like to thank you for the time and effort you put in to get us to this point. Our company, known as Hashery, will be applying for the cannabis license in South Redondo Beach. I attended the City Commission meeting on Monday, February 3rd. The discussion and suggestions being brought up by the commission members were about possible changes to the existing blue zones. I'm a South Redondo Beach resident here in District 1, and I do understand the reasoning behind most of the zones. We would like to suggest that the council and planning commission consider a modification to the 1,500-foot distance from a high school prior to presenting the final application. The California state law requires a 600-foot minimum distance from all schools. Redondo Beach has the minimum distance set at 600 feet for elementary schools and also for daycare centers. But as I stated earlier, for high schools, it's at 1,500 feet. This suggestion is based on what we are confident would be a great location for both our business and for the community. The property is located on North Catalina Avenue, right here between Emerald Street and Diamond Street. It sits right on the edge of your blue zone. It was formerly a coffee shop and a dry cleaning business. This property has been vacant for many years and does not make for a good presentation for its neighboring businesses. We will completely remodel the building inside and out at an estimated cost of approximately $1 million to $1,200,000 to get this done, making it a location that will complement its neighboring businesses and fit in well with the community aesthetic. It has a large private parking area behind the building, and that will allow for a safe and secure entry and exit for our customers. It will also allow for deliveries to be made safely and out of the sight of their neighboring businesses and their visitors. We appreciate the opportunity to bring this matter to your attention. Thank you again for your time and consideration tonight. Appreciate you all.
Thank you. Robert Merkelbach and then Ian Luber.
Yeah.
Oh,
About that.
violation.
Appreciate it. Thanks for letting us have an opportunity to speak. Rob is a resident here. We've been working together for over 8 years. We've been in the cannabis industry for 10 plus years. We have a business in Torrance where we do a process that's solventless manufacturing, which means we make the products that are sold in these stores, but we use a process that doesn't use any chemicals. We use water, heat, and pressure to make all the products that we sell. We're in over 300 stores, and we do have a store in New Jersey. It's very successful. We focus on education. We totally hear the concerns of parents. Obviously, we have a different perspective. We believe in the plant as a medicine. We do believe that, you know, having it be sold through a licensed, compliant store is the best way to manage it safely for residents. We really believe that that's how you get product off the black market, is through a legal business. And just to echo again what Rob was pointing out, we've spent a lot of time looking for property in the city. We found a place that we think is kind of away from the public eye a little bit, but still in a place that will be successful for residents that do want to shop. It's not near, you know, it's probably 1,250 feet away from a high school. So we were just looking to bring that up so that we could get some guidance from the council. Again, the goal, like we found other locations that are more prominent. We think this is a location that's really kind of far from a place where kids would be walking. So that's why we wanted to bring it to the attention of the council. Again, the law with the state is 600 feet. So we wanted to see if we could propose something like 1,250 feet instead of the 1,500. Yeah, appreciate everyone's time. Thanks for considering. And if you have any other further questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, but Tihan Luber?
Usually it gets destroyed, so when you said Jose's name, I was like, ooh, I can't wait for mine because it's going to be destroyed.
Sorry if I butchered it.
But it is Tijan Lubert. So good evening, councilmen. I'm in District 1, and I just wanted to say that I strongly oppose an ordinance to allow cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach. Thank you, Councilmember Barron, for your words. I'm 100% in agreement there. I think there's a way to collect revenues and collect taxes through a delivery system without having to have the storefront retail stores there and exposed to our kids. My main concern is the safety. I have 3 kids in RBUSD, and the studies have shown that the more exposure kids have, similar to what happened in the 80s with big tobacco, and they're handing out candy cigarettes, and then now you have a whole generation of people that are addicted to cigarettes. I think the more exposure that kids have to marijuana through passing a retail store every single day on the way to and from school has a direct impact and a direct link, and there's evidence to show that. It's not just like my opinion. And to the point about voting on legalizing marijuana, I think that's a very separate issue. I support the legalization of marijuana. I think adults have the right to use it responsibly. I am just against exposing our kids to it, given all the detrimental things that can happen to young brains. And so also, with all due respect to Councilman Nierenheim, you're my council member, and I'm pretty sure criminal intent on executing an armed robbery does not weigh whether or not an establishment is legal or not before trying to rob them. The argument that we need to beat them to the punch and put our own drugstores in so the bad players don't keep selling just doesn't hold water. Please listen to your constituents and do not vote to have Redondo become the only South Bay city that puts the welfare of our kids behind the interests of the cannabis industry. Get your revenue from taxing a delivery system. I'm urging a delivery-only model, which is what Hermosa Beach has in place, and no storefront dispensaries that normalizes cannabis use for our kids. I just think that there is a better way to maintain our quality of life. I moved here from the East Coast 9 years ago for a reason, and if I came here and saw cannabis dispensaries and the plethora of vape shops that have popped up since the 9 years, we wouldn't have moved here. We would have moved somewhere else. And I think it's important to think about the long-term effects financially of people who want to buy homes here and what that does to the real estate market for people. And that's the reason why our real estate has been so great, is the quality of our schools, the safety of our neighborhoods, and wanting to be here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Second batch. Timothy Dodd, and then Eric Lightman.
Good evening. My name is Tim Dodd. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sweet Flower, a cannabis operator based in Culver City. Could you, Ms. House, could you please show the map again? I had a number of prepared remarks, but I just wanted to point something out on Artesia Boulevard. So if you zoom in on Artesia Boulevard and move to the right past Inglewood, so none of those locations are going to be available for cannabis operators. As a cannabis operator, one of the requirements is that our landlords need to not have an FDIC-insured mortgage or a note. Look in those locations. You've got a hotel, you've got a mobile station, you've got Best Western, then you have the Galleria. So essentially, in zoning out that part of Artesia, you are taking out all of Artesia. There's nothing in District 5. There would be nothing in District 4. I didn't quite follow the discussion on aviation, but these properties on Artesia Boulevard are rundown, distressed, blighted properties. You've got a number of smoke shops there. You've got a large mural of Nipsey Hussle. You've got all kinds of things happening in that street. Our experience in operating legal cannabis dispensaries is that we force out smoke shops. That's happened in Pasadena. It's happening in Culver City. We work hand in glove with the city. We provide competition to the smoke shops. The last thing I would encourage the city to do would be to exclude legal cannabis dispensaries from an area of concern. Again, it's our experience that having a legal presence in that area competes with forces smoke shops out of business. I'd like to submit for the record this document, how Pasadena shut down all of its illegal dispensaries, all of them.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Appreciate it, thank you. And that's based on our experience in Pasadena. We've been operating in Pasadena since 2021. We've won Best Dispensary in Pasadena 3 years in a row. Tonight, I was stunned. I mean, we've been looking at Artesia Boulevard for a long time and all of Redondo Beach. You're now taking basically all of District 4 out of commission. That's just going to force saturation and concentration in other parts of Redondo Beach. So I would encourage you to revisit that. Again, as a father of 4, and as someone who's been in this industry for a long time, I'm very concerned that if you don't do this, you will have a vast proliferation of illegal activity back to felony flats on Artesia, and that's not what I think you want. So I think this is a little hasty and wrong-headed. Also, went down there today, bought this, 500 milligrams, 5 times the legal limit. If you want this, you can have it as well. I do not want this. It is THC that I procured at one of the smoke shops on Artesia Boulevard today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, 2 actually. A lot of questions regarding delivery. What is your experience with the ability for cannabis shops to deliver, being a viable business and delivery only, and the city collecting tax revenues off of that?
Yeah, so it's, Sweet Flower, we deliver from all of our stores. We deliver and we have retail. So we're one of the few dispensaries, and I believe I'm actually the only majority owner of a legal business that's spoken with to this council since the start of this whole process. So I operate delivery and dispensary, storefront, retail storefront in multiple stores across California. Delivery is about 10% of our revenue. Most people come in, and the reason for that is we're providing a service and we're providing a medicine for people who need that. So they come in quite often, and that's been my experience. I was injured in a significant cycling accident and was prescribed a huge jar of opioids. I didn't do that, which I'm eternally grateful for. But we're providing a service. Most people will come into our store. 90% of our revenue is storefront. 10%, maybe 15%, varies on the store, is delivery. We provide delivery as a service, customer satisfaction extension of our brand, but it is not a viable business. And if you go on Weed Maps, there are millions of these delivery services failing, offering 60, 70, 80% off because they can't make money a normal way. We don't do that. So that's been my experience. It's a very small part of the revenue business.
And so by opening up, you said you have a shop in Pasadena, and the headline here is how Pasadena shut down its legal dispensaries, all of them.
Yeah.
That's because of the legal shops coming in and creating a legal market.
There were 34 legal dispensaries.
Illegal.
34 illegal, unlicensed dispensaries in Pasadena on Lake Avenue, on Colorado Boulevard, in the central heart of Pasadena. That's as close as you can get to Artesia as an analog in Pasadena. They're all gone. There are 3 licensed stores in Pasadena. All of those stores are on Colorado Boulevard for that reason. And we're talking a very, very conservative town.
Okay. Question.
Mr. Buddy.
If I may, you said, I was in the restroom, so I barely heard your comments, but something about rundown buildings on Artesia Boulevard. Can you succinctly repeat your point about Artesia Boulevard?
If you could bring up the map again, Director House.
I have the map in
Oh,
front
I'm
of me
sorry.
too.
So those businesses that you're talking about, the Galleria, I seriously doubt. In fact, it is impossible for a cannabis operator to get into a building like that because those buildings will have a commercial insured note on it backed by the government of the United States of America. Therefore, that landlord will say, if I take in a cannabis tenant, I could lose my note and that will be cross-collateralized against our entire portfolio. We've been here a lot. We know this pretty well. So the buildings on Artesia between Aviation and Inglewood that are blighted, that are smoke shops, that are massage parlors, that are hookah huts, vape rooms, et cetera. Those buildings where a cannabis operator could set up a legal cannabis operator could get a rent, a lease, pay rent, and start their business. They're also the right size. They're like 2,500 to 3,000 square feet. The other buildings, whenever you don't see a cannabis business in a mall for this reason. So we're not going to be able to get in there. So in doing that, kind of casually, it has the downstream consequence of knocking out pretty much all of District 4. And that's going to have the consequence after that of saturating and concentrating operators somewhere else. So the effect of this is the thing I think you're trying to avoid in doing so, if I could submit that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Lightman and then Paul Fury.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Eric Lightman. I'm General Counsel for Embark. And I want to thank the City Council and staff for the tremendous amount of work and the time that has gone into developing this highly tailored approach that is specifically designed for retail licensing in Redondo. City Council has been working since 2018. It's been a lot of work, but the time has come to move forward. I've worked in legal cannabis for over 7 years, and I've participated in over 50 licensing applications. And I'm confident that this city is set up for success with the ordinance before it tonight. Cannabis is here in the city whether or not the city wants it. If you Google Los Angeles cannabis delivery, several will show up, licensed and unlicensed, willing to deliver into Redondo. They're probably happening right now as we speak, and the city doesn't even know it and has no mechanism really to enforce against it. They're even advertising it, as you heard, delivery into Redondo earlier. So that's why the sensible regulations here tonight make absolute sense. And that's why delivery-only model will not work. It's not the solution. And also, to answer, I think, a question from earlier, businesses are failing that have been solely focused on the delivery-only model. It's really the retail model that makes the most sense, that has a small fraction of the sales devoted to delivery. Retail cannabis, as has been seen across the state for about 8 years now, has shown that it can appropriately and sensitively integrate into the communities and benefit them. You can't set foot into a licensed dispensary unless you're 21 years or older. You can probably walk past many dispensaries and not even know you just walked past one. That's how discreet they are, and they fit right into the neighborhoods. I can certainly guarantee that no children who we've been talking about who are going to get their hands on cannabis are going to do so from licensed dispensaries. They're probably going to go to one of those delivery service unlicensed places that this sensible regulation is going to help displace going forward. The city has worked extremely hard to get to where it is today, and the time has really come to move forward. And I thank you for your time.
Mr. Leichman or Eric? Oh, sorry, I didn't get your last name. Regarding delivery, how many cities have you seen be successful with a delivery-only model or go directly to a delivery-only model or go from retail to delivery? And what are the sales tax and enforcement abilities for those cities?
Yeah, I would say I haven't really seen any cities that have allowed just delivery within the city be successful to the same scale. I mean, it's like comparing apples to oranges. Like, the retail model gives the city visibility, right? It provides transparency for all the businesses that are operating there. It has them work closely with the police, right? So it can really control the operators, right? Delivery, you're getting a lot of deliveries from out of the city limits, right? And even if you go to a delivery-only model, there's still going to be deliveries coming in from all over the city that are just unregulated. And even if they're required to go through and get a city business permit, get the licenses, right? A lot of them don't even bother to do that, and they'll wait till they get pulled over by the police, and then they'll say, oh, I didn't know I had to get that, right? And then you're in a position where they've been operating for who knows how long without getting reporting their revenues to the city, for instance. So it's shown to be a failed model. The sensible way is what the city has before tonight with these, like, allowing 2 dispensaries in a highly regulated, compliant manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Paul Fury and then Georgette Gantner.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Paul Fury. I'm a resident of District 3 and a parent of 2 students in the Redondo Beach Union School District. I strongly oppose the opening of storefront for cannabis in Redondo Beach. I believe it normalizes cannabis use for our youth, and it will pass these stores on a regular basis, and is supported and promoted by respected city leaders. I support a delivery-only model that will allow adults to have access to legal cannabis. I don't relish the thought of non-resident cannabis users driving into our city streets on a daily basis. To achieve the talked-about store revenue of $10 million, you need 830 customers a day if the average customer spends about $33 per visit. The damage to the Redondo Beach brand isn't really worth the 5% city take. Finally, just because the city council has spent hundreds of hours on this subject does not justify throwing good money after bad. I can't imagine what the highly litigious cannabis industry applicants will do when they aren't the chosen two. We will pay thousands in legal fees fighting lawsuits or cave in and open maybe even more stores. I think we should get out of this business before it starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgette Gantner, and then I can't read the first name, but Cabrera is the last name.
Good evening. It's hard to believe, I'm no expert, but with the amount of people that choose to have food delivered to their home, it's hard to believe that it would be a problem to have cannabis delivered to their home, especially you go on the website and you can pick and choose whatever you want. My question is, it's rhetorical. Do we need to, if we had any, do we need two dispensaries? And if the Riviera Village is expressing a desire to have a dispensary in that area, it's hard to believe, but maybe that's the only one, you know? I resent that District 4 is being called blighted. It's not blighted, it's run down, it needs improvement. Blighted is such a strong term. And maybe a lot of these people who are coming in don't know that we have $450,000 budgeted to try to upgrade that area. And for that reason alone, I don't think there should be cannabis on that stretch. I mean, we're trying to bring it up. I know these gentlemen believe their business is, you know, legit and it's good and whatever. I'm not disparaging that. But it's hard for me to believe if we're spending that much money and that much time and that budget could go to $1 million. It's been discussed before, that this is going to be, well, it's going to be what takes it over the top, and we're going to make lots of money, and it's going to be a wonderful presentation. I don't believe that. And in my walking around with, you know, campaigning for mayor, whatever, I have heard, and it's illustrated here with the people, a lot of people in District 4 and 5 are coming to me and saying, please say, if you're running, you know, please state for us that we aren't in favor of it in District 4 or 5, especially on Artesia. So, thank you.
Thank you. Again, I can't read the first name, but Cabrera, and then Joan Irvine.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Jimena Cabrera. I am from District 3, and I am opposed to cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach. I'm going to start saying that good leaders listen to the people. And in this specific case, you guys are not listening to the people of Redondo Beach who are telling you loud and clear that we do not want dispensaries in Redondo Beach. The only good leader in this group of people is Mr. Berenhet, which he has listened us and he's acting as the people has spoken. Also, as I told you before, I'm urging you to respect the wishes of the Redondo Beach residents. We do not want the cannabis dispensaries. Your argument that this store cannabis is going to eliminate the black markets is naive, to say the least. Between California excise tax, regular sales tax, and our local tax, customers are going to pay about 30% more on every purchase. I think black markets are going to thrive when the competition is going to cost 30% more. As you may know, recently, our school district has been named as the best school district in Los Angeles. As a parent of 2 children attending the district, a member of the PTA/PTSA since day one, who has proudly volunteered countless hours, I'm telling you, it takes a village to get that recognition. And of course, excellent leadership. I ask you, council members, to join our village. Be the leaders our youth deserve, and do the right thing for our children. And finally, I want to thank council member from District 5 for listening to the people. We do not want cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach. It doesn't matter if you have spent 8 years working on this or 20 years. You have to be a good leader and listen to us right now. And we are telling you, we do not want dispensaries in Redondo Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joan Irvine and then Carol Martin.
Joan Irvine, District 1. Well, I have been here for the last 7 years at, I think, almost every meeting when it comes to cannabis. And I'm pleased that you've gotten to this point, but I'm really surprised that all of a sudden we're having the debate of whether not to do it or not. So I think that is kind of a little late in the game. You know, we talk about the cannabis businesses as if they're people who are going to be totally from out of town. You know, one of the things that people don't realize is I'm not being paid, believe it or not, for these 7 years. I'm not a paid advocate for the cannabis business. It's been personal. The only the paid jobs I've had has been out of town. So do realize I'm not doing this for any particular company. I'm doing this because I believe in it. And I believe that it's important. And also realize the people who are going to be making money off of this, it's not just the city. The people who are going to be making money that are the real estate agents, the building owners. And also there are some very high profile business people in town who are planning to invest in these cannabis businesses. So you're not just talking about out of towners. You know, as far as it looking nice, I've always talked about the leaf on El Paseo, the Beverly, the Rodeo Drive of Palm Desert. You know, you would never even know that. And then, my campaign thing is keeping it real in Redondo. Well, I want to tell you what's been going on in Redondo. I was approached by a member of the PTA and a few other people that they told me that if I would flip my position on cannabis, they would guarantee me the vote of the PTA. I was going, really? It took me a while. And I mean, do I want to be elected? Yes. Do I want to be elected without having ethics? No. I turned them down and they've gone to other people that they're going to be supporting. And that was a hard one. You're saying getting voting, but it was not my ethics. And then the person who was supposed to be my chief volunteer, who was supposed to do everything, because I wouldn't flip on my cannabis position, ghosted me for my campaign. And the one thing I did say, I said, I am a cannabis advocate, but once I become mayor, I have to go by the will of the people. So I turned down the support, or supposed support, of the PTA because of my ethics. And I wanted to be transparent, as been discussed tonight, so that you know that the things that are going on in this town underneath everything. And I had to stick to my ethics, and I will stick to my ethics. And I will, when I become mayor, I will do the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Martin?
Me again. Actually, I came here just to talk about the opposition to the Super Bowl fun run due to the lack of taking away our freedoms from the 123 South Catalina. I have a couple of questions. This is my first time I have approached the council of Redondo. So even though I have given my presentation, what happens to it? And I have something on cannabis as well. So what happens now? How do I follow up on that? Do I have to come at every meeting and say the same thing over and over again until something is done? Is there a follow-up from the council? So as a citizen here, what's the next thing that takes place? Because I'm new at this. Secondly, if cannabis is such a revenue generation, how about finding another company to, what I'm saying is, there's so many businesses out there in the world. Why does it have to be cannabis retails to bring in revenue? Just get rid of them. They're not good. They don't belong in this city. The gentleman who indicated where they're going to try and get the new license, I think he said, was it Diamond? Emerald Diamond? Saying has no exposure to children. Excuse me. I live on the top floor, one of the top floors of a very high building. I see these children going up and down Catalina every day. The track teams, the marching bands, that area is totally exposed to teenagers. So I know what area he's talking about. It's a very dark corner. And so my question is, as a citizen, and I live in that neighborhood and I care about the children, how do I combat him? What do I do? Do I have to sign up start some kind of form or something to get everybody to sign saying we don't want them there? Or is it just going to be up to you that, yeah, we're going to give them the license? What he said was a lie. Kids are on that corner all the time, and you need to look into that. So my question is, what do I do from here regarding my comment? How do I get heard more, get results? And as far as the cannabis thing, I'm going to fight that gentleman. So how do I do that?
Well, Ms. Martin, we can't discuss the issue with the Super Bowl K. It's not agendized. So we're prohibited from discussing it because it's against the Brown Act to do that. So you can always contact me. I'll give you my contact information. It's on the website as well too under District 2, but I'm glad to talk with you about it. Councilmember Lowenstein. The second thing is I personally am opposed to allowing that location. It is within 1,500 feet. I don't think, we've been very careful about this, about where we want to allow this and not allow this, and I'm opposed to it.
Thank you.
That's my district.
Do I wait for you or just contact you through email?
Ma'am, your time is up.
That's
and
it.
we
I just
can't-
wanted to make sure that
Just
you were.
contact one of us and we'll discuss it.
Got
Thank you.
it. Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the comments that I have cards for, so anybody can come up and speak at this time. Just a moment, Council. I'll let you go after her.
Hi. Well, I wasn't planning on coming down today, but then I found my pants. Just one more time, and I think Tim said it, you're never going to have this in the Galleria, not only because of the commercial loan situation, which actually is the case, but also I can tell you in the Macy's lease, in the Kohl's lease, in any junior anchors lease, and I do all these kind of leases, it says in all their leases, not only they can't do cannabis, they can't do gyms, they can't do this, they can't do that. They're very old fashioned, but I can guarantee even in some buildings, which technically are shopping centers, because there might be 5 buildings together, if there's a tenant in there that has any cloud, they also put all this stuff in here. So I don't think you're going to be able to, I know you're not going to be able to put it in the Galleria. They're having enough trouble getting financing as it is. That's it.
Thanks. Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all of the residents who came to speak tonight. Taking everything into consideration, I do believe a fair and reasonable solution is what was proposed by Councilmember Obaji, that we not have storefront retail cannabis shops from Inglewood East on Artesia Boulevard or in the area identified by Councilmember Obaji on Aviation Boulevard. And with that, I would vote yes.
We still have.
Thank you, Councilmember Obaji, and then we're not done with public comment. I just wanted to.
I appreciate Councilmember Barron's willingness to compromise, because he didn't just put in conditions and then vote, like say he's gonna now vote against it while we give up those conditions, but he's willing to vote with the council, which I appreciate. Just to highlight the point that Ms. Irvine made and even Mr. Dodd, if you could show 2B, please. And this was my thought around Artesia Boulevard, which I am abandoning today, but is 2B showing? No.
Nothing's on here.
Maybe to try to replug it in. Let me see.
I don't know why it's not working.
Yeah, mine's in. It's showing that it's showing here.
It's not showing here. I know they had some technical, working on some stuff.
All right.
Today.
Well, if you go to Google Maps and you Google the leaf in Palm Desert and you sit a person there and take a look at the leaf, you'll realize I actually walked down to El Paseo and I looked at the store and I thought it was a tea shop. Because there's nothing, just like our ordinance provides, nothing indicating it's a cannabis shop on the outside. They're not allowed to display product to the outside. They're not allowed to advertise cannabis to the outside. So you'd only know if you looked it up online and then you went. And these places have stricter security than nightclubs, certainly more security than liquor stores, and certainly more than smoke shops. Then take your Google Maps and go to 2705 Artesia Boulevard and have the person walk down the street. First, you see this Thirsty Club, then the Yellow Smoke Shop with its banner, then other establishments, and indeed rundown old buildings. Our strategy to upgrade those buildings has been to increase the FAR. Unfortunately, due to the California Environmental Quality Act, despite getting votes, unanimous votes from the council to double the FAR floor area ratio, what you can build on Artesia Boulevard, about 4 years ago, we still have not put that on the ballot for Redondo residents due to the long environmental process. But there are stretches of Artesia Boulevard that need invigoration, and both, FAR adjustment, parking adjustment, plus a new business that could open up would certainly provide that. As we can see at Artesia and McKay, the Kurtz Hardware site in Yanagi's was torn down. It's a flat lot. I'm in constant contact with the developers there. They're always working on, a slight modification to the design, and they're gonna get going soon, but it hasn't come. And so this was the kind of impetus and injection I would want on Artesia Boulevard, but I am willing to forego it in the interest of unanimity and keeping it away from our kids' bus stops and the like. And I do realize that it may preclude it, Mr. Dodd, from, all of District 4, and so be it. A lot of things are important in District 4. Having a cannabis shop in our district is not a hill anybody's gonna die on. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back up to the public. Carissa?
Hi again, Carissa Robinson, District 3. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your dedicated service to our community. As a licensed therapist and former director of an intensive outpatient addiction treatment program with extensive experience in addiction treatment, I'd like to share my perspective on the proposed retail cannabis dispensaries in Redondo Beach. For some time, I've carefully weighed the pros and cons of allowing retail cannabis in our city. However, after thorough consideration, I cannot in good faith support this proposal at this time. A recent statistic shows that daily or near daily marijuana use has increased 15-fold in recent years, surpassing daily alcohol use for the first time in 2022. This dramatic shift in usage patterns is deeply concerning, especially when considering the developing brains of younger residents. While I understand retail cannabis is restricted to adults 21 and over, the normalization effect is particularly alarming, potentially increasing youth exposure and use. I lived in Colorado for 2 years after legalization, and I observed that many cities, including the one I lived in, and counties still don't allow retail cannabis. The city I lived in voted it down multiple times. As of 2019, nearly half of Colorado's counties still prohibit recreational marijuana facilities. This demonstrates that even years after legalization, local communities continue to exercise caution. I question the urgency of the decision for Redondo Beach. While I know it's been discussed for 7 years, and for some that feels like forever, many cities still don't allow retail cannabis. Our residents already have access to legal cannabis through nearby cities and delivery services. Adding dispensaries to our city doesn't necessarily increase safety or access, but it may contribute to further normalization and increased use. I love that Redondo Beach is forward-thinking, but I don't believe that this is the right issue to be in the forefront on. We may end up allowing it down the road, but why now? I urge the council to prioritize the health and safety of our residents, particularly our youth, in making this decision. While I respect the complex nature of this issue, I believe that maintaining our current stance on retail cannabis is the most prudent course of action for Redondo Beach at this time. Let's continue to observe the outcomes in other communities before making such drastic and significant change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council at this time?
Hi, good evening. Excuse my casual appearance. I just came from meditation. So I would like to say that I'm here to express my opposition to retail cannabis and delivery cannabis. I just don't think this has a place in our town. Come on. When was the last time you knew of a person who used cannabis regularly and you thought, oh, that's smart? You know, regular users tend to get paranoid too. They use it and then they use it some more. And then they use it some more. They don't like taper off. And they get into a habit. It's not just, I'm gonna try it and then, oh, I need it for pain, and then it goes away. They usually up the ante a little bit. They don't just stop. Okay, so if you think they're gonna stop or recreational use, they're gonna whatever, no, they're not. And you're gonna get our population here in Redondo Beach more and more high. I don't know how else to say it. They're just gonna be like, wow, there's a retail shop here, let's go get it. It's right there, it's so easy. Oh, well, there's a delivery method. And what's that billboard? I think you guys saw my comment. That billboard on Artesia Boulevard is offensive. Our town is gonna look like a cheap town. It's that stupid font, and it's like, hey, we've got we'll deliver it in 15 minutes. And the old people, they don't know what the heck that is. I just came, the guy, he's like, oh, I didn't know what that was, but we know what it is. And it's gonna look cheap. When there's another one of those billboards, a little ways up the street, there's another one somewhere here. Someone's gonna start saying, hey, what are those? Oh, it's about cannabis. Oh, it's about marijuana. Our town is gonna look cheap. It's gonna look bad. And I have a son with autism, as I put in the comments. He's really a piece of work, this kid. He goes to Adams Middle School. He's gonna come home and I've already caught him doing weird things. You know, I mean, he's imaginative. He's gonna come home and just pop in there. And I can't even imagine when he gets SSI. He's got money in his pocket. And, you know, at 18, I can't, it's done. You know, I can't, he gets his money if he's, you know, disabled. You've got a whole bunch of disabled kids in this town. Are they all gonna be like walking by a cannabis shop? I got a lot of money in my pockets. What's that? You know, I mean, there's just too much at stake here. And I hate Artesia Boulevard. Artesia Boulevard smells. It's terrible. That green head shop, the Manhattan Beach cannabis.
Okay, your time is up, ma'am.
So,
Thank you.
anyways, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Jonathan Svetko, District 1 resident. I think you've heard enough of my concerns about us moving forward at this time, but I think it's also worthy in putting it in such a way that's a little bit more clear to understand in the format of a story. So I want to tell you tonight a story about Tom. Tom lived near a river prone to flooding. One spring weather forecast warned of heavy rains. Officials urged evacuation. A Christian neighbor visited saying, "God warns us, heed the signs of our safety, for our safety, please leave." Tom ignored him, thinking, "I'll be fine." The rains came, the river swelled. A Muslim friend came and arrived saying, "Allah's mercy is listening to wisdom, evacuate now." Tom waved him off, saying, "I'll manage." The water rose higher, and a Hindu rescue worker in a boat urged, "Karma teaches us to act wisely. Come with me." Tom refused, insisting, "I'll wait it out." Soon the flood engulfed his home, and Tom drowned. At the gates of the afterlife, he met a Buddhist guide who said, "Suffering comes from ignoring the truth, no matter what your faith." I've given you multiple reasons why it is not a good thing for us to move forward at this time. We've seen this time and time again in so many articles over the last several years. The industry is in severe distress. We have seen a public health issue grow dramatically to where LA Times is putting it on the front page. This is nowhere near done. This issue continues to grow. And now you have a community that's come out here tonight. And online, I am impressed to see 68 opposition comments, completely every single one of them opposition here tonight. No matter what your faith, the truth is the truth, and I hope you'll listen to it. Thank you very much, Councilmember Barrett, for listening to these truths. The rest of the council, you guys have done well too. I know you've done the best you can.
No
on this.
clapping. You can show your hands like this or like this when you don't like it. Thank you.
I'll end on that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Savetko, you have a delivery company. How much money were you paying to the city and the cities you were delivering to?
It's a varying question. I don't have the answers for you at this moment right now, but may I ask a little bit more poignantly, what's the goal you'd like that I can maybe answer a little bit more succinctly?
Your delivery company that you have delivers cannabis, and so you were delivering to various cities. So the business licenses and business tax revenue, how successful was that for the individual cities, and how much were they, the host city that you had, how much were you giving them in sales tax revenue?
I don't have that data, but I can share this. We have seen now, and actually this is probably the best way I can share with you. Several years ago, there was a bill that Governor Newsom had put forward in hopes of doing a tax reform. And part of that was an agreement that was made so that if the industry fell under $650 million in tax revenues, then we set aside $150 million so we could backfill it for the drug prevention groups in Tier 3 so we could keep the youth safe. That $150 million was intended to last for 3 years because at the end of those 3 years, which is coming this July, we have another marker to where the taxes will increase if we didn't hit those targets. That $150 million was used up in the first 9 months. And so now we're looking at an industry that is suffering greatly. It was reported just yesterday that the Department of Cannabis Control is now $26 million in deficit to even run their department. As a way to correct that, they're suggesting to increase the licensing fees of operators, which are egregious to begin with. And now we're looking at a tax to increase from 15% to 19% so we can make up for this. The better way to kind of put the period at the end of that thought is that the governor has put out his budget for this year, and he has already included that tax increase. And with the tax increase, they are projecting that we're going to be bringing in about $430 million this year, well below the minimum we ever thought we would ever hit.
So your business that you have, can't say the sales tax revenue, and has it been declining or increasing?
I would decline, absolutely, absolutely.
For your delivery only?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
thank you.
it's not.
That's it, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else from the public wish to address the council at this time? Is that a hand up back there? You can just come up. Okay. Anyone online?
Yes, I have Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm wanting to very much support what Scott Barrett has said. I believe he has some good ideas there. I do kind of favor a delivery model. And now information that's come recently to the forefront is that of a contaminated product. And, we are no longer in the days of the mellow marijuana of the 60s and 70s due to innovations in boosting potency via toxic chemicals. They are saying now that there are such things as pesticides in products, which have even been certified as clean. And pesticides can be carcinogenic. For people who are using cannabis for medical reasons, that's even a greater worry. The issue of clean products is an important one. And altogether, use by children and developing young people can be very detrimental to health and safety. Genuinely safer product must be guaranteed. Artesia doesn't need more smoke shops or boulevard storefront dispensaries, which could be possibly more viable or tolerable by residents on a less busy thoroughfare, away from schools, kids, and homes. I believe that the Measure E era promotion and videos by one supplier solidified opposition to allowing any shops at all. If allowed, the shops must not be adjacent to one another, and all precautions must be taken to ensure product quality and the most responsible sellers selected. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, we have Kyle Johnson.
Kyle, are you there?
Oh, yes, my name is Kyle Johnson. I'm a resident of District 1. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I am not a cannabis user, nor do I have any financial interest or stake in any cannabis businesses of any kind. That being said, I do support retail cannabis storefronts in Redondo Beach. I believe that the increased tax revenue will help our city pay for essential services. And I think that we've done a great job crafting keep out zones with safety in mind. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have none for e-comments. However, for Zoom, and then for e-comments, I have 68 comments, 61 opposed, 1 neutral, and the rest, they didn't make any kind of pick. That's it for the record.
Your time's up, ma'am. You only get to speak once. I'm sorry. Let's see, Councilmember Kalajerovich, since I can't see your hand, I'll give you a chance to chime in now, or if you wish to.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my voice is maybe going to hold up. I would just like to say that I have heard everyone tonight. I've read the 68 comments, the emails and other communications that people have contacted me about this. And I hear those of you opposed to storefront cannabis retail. And I am aware of the concerning reports about pesticide levels and lack of testing. A delivery-only model will be delivering those same products. So, as I said at the beginning of this discussion, passing this ordinance tonight is not opening it up to receive applications for a cannabis retail store. It is fixing, closing the loopholes, and the ordinance was passed in 2022. Tonight, we are just trying to beef it up and make it represent the will of all of the issues that have been brought up so that we are addressing them in the future, should we open it up for applications. But we are not doing that tonight. I look forward to the motion. That's all I'll say right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to have my hand up, but I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I have my hand up.
Motion is
I have my hand up, actually.
You still talk then.
No, you can't gather facts after the public hearing is closed.
Okay. Go ahead.
Director Deals.
Deals?
Sorry.
House.
Oh, sorry. You did a walk all the way down PCH and looking down how many massage shops there were on PCH, South Redondo?
I did Artesia.
But you did the PCH as well, though, right? Did you count, or didn't you count how many massage?
On Artesia Boulevard, I did a count, there were 6.
And you did the same count for PCH as well? I thought you did. Okay. Can you put up the map again real quick? Can you show me South Redondo one more time? So we have the high school, elementary school, daycare, youth centers, a separate one for Dale Page Park, which is a separate park, which really wouldn't change much if we were to do a separate one for Alta Vista. Messina Park is not on there, but it's within the scope of the school and the church. So you have a huge cluster in South Redondo. What is the reasoning you would use to throw out all of east of Artesia Boulevard and Aviation?
East of Artesia Boulevard?
East of Inglewood.
East of Aviation?
Your
West,
exclusion
west,
for
west,
Artesia.
West, or west, sorry, excuse me, west of
Inglewood?
Inglewood
Would
on
be what I-
Artesia.
You're asking what would be the basis for that?
Yeah.
It would be what I
Well,
mentioned.
logical.
Yeah, it'd be what I stated earlier, which I could repeat.
Yeah, please do.
All right, it's not contemplated, a cannabis shop as part of the ACAP, the Artesia Aviation Corridor Area Project. So it's not required to be there. The amount of traffic from the middle schoolers and high schoolers on that area in particular is like no other, as well as not just the bus line that picks kids up there, but the after school and the before school. So that's really important, including the bike path area. And then the particularly dense saturation of smoke shops, vape shops, liquor stores, and the like on that strip, as well as the plan to revitalize and re-energize Artesia Boulevard, and having as an anchor tenant something more along the lines of Grub House and the like, and not a cannabis shop. And I have others in mind, but I would say those are the main ones that I would put as a justification. So thank you for asking.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that stretch right there, I can count 3 or 4 smoke shops, at least 3 or 4 massage parlor areas, massage areas, including the one, or not, actually not including the one that's in Torrance, which is right next to the bullpen, which is actually technically speaking Torrance. I mean, the same issues exist, and we have a lot of rundown storefronts on PCH as well. I'd want to see investment in that area, but at the same time, going back to, you move back up to the 7-8 district zip code?
North Redondo.
North of 190th.
There's a lot less opportunity there. And
You're missing far north in District 5. There's a big opportunity
Yeah.
right there in that mall.
far less opportunity there. If we were to wipe all that out, you'd have very little left. And I particularly opened up the CR zone, but I don't see that happening. The owners of the Galleria are not at all any way, shape, or form open to having a cannabis license there.
Down a little bit to 190th.
There's only like 3 or 4 shops.
Got it.
Okay. All right, we can close the public hearing if you'd like.
Okay, we already had the motion in the second. All for it?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalijorovic, you still there?
Aye.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed, and I'll now entertain a motion.
You want to make the motion?
Yeah.
Just, I mean, Councilman Ehrenheim does make a good point, which is the number of locations that would be available in the 90278 dropped down to probably 10 sites. And I will say that my impression from the representatives of the South Bay Social District of the Galleria were that they would want a cannabis retail shop there. But my understanding from tonight, and especially Robin Eisenberg, is that, and others, is that they would not be able to secure such a lessee in light of their financing, any financing they do end up getting. So It's a valid point regarding the,
I'll be honest with you, Councilmember Baji, I couldn't vote for an amendment to the zoning that would allow wiping off so much of a land mass availability. I couldn't.
What if you allowed the one, I know you're not happy about it, the ones on aviation, and still kept it off of Artesia?
I'd rather just
Allow-
allow it on aviation and allow it on Artesia, but,
Okay, it's your district, so.
I mean,
There are other locations.
I understand
in-
people's concern about Artesia, I do.
Yeah. And there are other locations in the city.
well, so then do we have to revisit the 90278, 90277 split and just keep it by count? It's right now, they have to be in different council districts, right?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe we could do different council districts and no more than one in the 90278.
That's,
And
Yeah,
keep, the-
that's fine with me.
and keep the exclusion.
Right, and keep the exclusion.
Not keeping the exclusion, though.
Yes, keep the exclusion. Huh?
West of Artesia and aviation?
West of Artesia and Inglewood. With that, there still are other locations in the city. As we've spoken to, Artesia Boulevard's a uniquely improper place to have it. And I think the residents have spoken to that.
All right.
And I think it would alleviate their concerns.
I would be fine with excluding the portion on Artesia Boulevard and, you know, leaving aviation as zoned, but I imagine, you know, I can't imagine those are suitable properties in light of the limited parking and
so
proximity.
not allowing it on Artesia, allowing it on aviation.
Allowing it on, yes.
Okay, got it.
I'd agree to that.
And by Artesia, we're saying Artesia west of Inglewood Avenue.
Artesia from Inglewood West
Yeah.
would be excluded.
What about with respect to, by the council districts? I will tell you, I'm opposed to that because Councilmember Kalajerovich is right. We're due for a redistricting because of the distribution of voters. And those could move and
We just had that.
It's every 10
We
years.
just had that. It's every 10 years.
Every 10 years is
It's
the
gonna be for another
census.
7 or 8
It's
years.
based on
Okay.
census.
but it can move and then you have shops.
5
that are
years or
non-compliant.
less than that, yeah.
Got 10 years.
10 years.
All right,
Every 10 years, we just had it in 2020.
2023.
so if we just,
2023?
It takes 2 years.
Okay, so, but it's still based on the 2020 results.
if we
Census
just
rules.
eliminate the 10, 12 parcels west of Inglewood, split up 90277, 90278, are we good?
I'm good with that.
What may at this point be the 10 parcels, but to be clear,
Yeah.
excluding all of Artesia Boulevard
Yes,
from Inglewood through Aviation Boulevard.
You said the 10 parcels on
no, I'm just
aviation.
counting those.
You could
pink
count 'em,
boxes.
but
That's-
putting that-
was it, but yes, that's specifically. what
Okay.
You said that, where are the 10 parcels again?
They're west of Inglewood Boulevard on
Okay.
Artesia
Between
Boulevard.
aviation and.
It's those right, it's those right there,
Got
you know, with the yellow box.
Got it, okay, that's
All of
fine.
Yeah, for visualization purposes, but as you just said, it
Yeah.
would be all of Artesia out from Inglewood West, to be clear.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that as I said earlier, a fair and reasonable solution that would keep it out of a sensitive area.
All right, so move
I-
to, let's see, the languages here.
And while you do that, I did have one small housekeeping matter, if you were able to yield for a moment with Elizabeth. Is that okay? We added a definition, you added a definition of school, capital S. So if we go to the section that discusses location, which is 4DB, no retailer shall be established or located within 1,500 feet of a public or private high school, et cetera, since you've defined the word school, it should read, no retailer shall be established or located within 1,500 feet of any school that is a public or private high school, et cetera. Can you make that change?
Yeah, that wouldn't impact the intent of that section.
Okay,
I'd make that change.
perfect. Thanks for doing that. That was all. Thank you.
Okay, could you clarify one more time? Just want to make sure we all understand this. What was excluded from the aviation art?
Just on Artesia Boulevard, west of Inglewood Avenue. So there's one straggler property over there in mid-Artesia, and then it's those properties right there outside the bubbles. One straggler there, and then those properties right there. Those are the ones that will be
Eliminated. So they are not allowed to.
Not allowed to put it.
Artesia and that is Artesia Boulevard. So it's Artesia Boulevard from Inglewood west
to
be excluded. Yes. Okay, thank you.
So, just so I understand it, one per zip code, 1,000 feet, adding the exclusion for Artesia between Aviation and Inglewood, and adding school to that one.
Adding school and.
Adding what? School?
1,500 feet from schools.
That's what he just talked with.
Schools.
It was
Public
just
and
a
private schools.
non-substantive change.
That changes.
No, it doesn't. So it's just this section right here that I have on the screen. Because we've added the definition of school, we can just go ahead and clean up the language here just to refine it a bit. Capitalize school and make sure.
So it doesn't need to say public, private, high school, or middle school.
Well, just,
Any school.
Adult school.
yeah, no retailer shall be established or located within 1,500 feet of any school that is a public or private. It's
Okay.
just a non-substantive
Yeah.
change.
Yeah.
If you talked about the strip mall where Havana Mania is and all that, that's 1,500 feet from the adult school.
It has to be a school that's a high school or middle school.
Okay,
It doesn't
so as long
change.
as it's not just school,
It's defined. That's what
okay,
I'm
as long
saying.
as
It's
school is
defined
that,
within
as
the
long as
definition.
adult is not part of that, that's fine. Because we're going to eliminate that whole strip mall.
So,
So you have that motion.
well, you need to
Okay.
introduce it by title only.
Just one more point, if I may. There's also just this updated language I want to make sure we don't miss on this slide that we talked about.
Right, okay, so 1,000-foot separation plus this updated language,
Right.
plus the conversion to zip codes, one per zip code,
No more than one per zip code.
and the blackout on Artesia Boulevard between Inglewood and Aviation. Move to introduce by title only ordinance number 3287-25, 3288-25, 3289-25, and adopt by title only resolution number CC-2502-004.
We have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Kalajerovich, since I can't see your hand, do you have anything to add at this point?
Not until we vote.
Okay.
Are
Councilmember.
we putting the 1,000-foot rule in here, back here as well?
Yes, that's the motion.
So what happens if you have two stores in two different districts at 1,000 feet and they're the same score?
It'd have to be
Yeah,
two
before
districts
those,
between 90277, it'd have to be 3 and 2, right?
And they'd probably unlikely be able to do it within 1,000 feet.
There's one location where that could potentially apply. It's the
Yep.
Mitsubishi dealership across
No,
from.
there's another one. Lawrence Boulevard.
Well, no, not if we're keeping the 90277, 90278
Well,
rule.
if you have a tie,
You mean where Phuket Thai is?
Yeah, that's the one location where it would still apply between 90277 and 90278.
Right. It's a very limited area.
I remember our conversation regarding the 1,000-foot rule very well. That rule is in regards to who the qualifications and the numbers and the percentage of points and this point scoring. It's very complicated. I couldn't vote for that. and taking out all these other properties as well, you're creating big problems down the line.
Okay. Well, because this isn't a vote of the people, we can change, the council can change that at a later date if it doesn't work in the first call for RFPs.
Well,
I know you rule out the first batch.
that's,
You're talking about a very specific area where the 1,000, I mean, very specific. And the point is to not concentrate them in one particular area, to spread them out if necessary.
yeah, but then you can't, but it's exactly that point. You cannot start taking so many swaths of area out.
Okay, so you want to remove the 1,000-foot separation?
I have two problems. One is 1,000-foot separation, and two is taking out so many, just doing the counts like you did with the 1 dozen counts on Artesia Boulevard. I mean, I can count, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 right on District 2 and District 3. I count whole swaths of area in South Redondo that would apply to as well in terms of you're putting the amount of pressure you're putting into the availability of parcels. And this is what I was saying earlier with the tremendous amount of thought that went into all of the zoning for so many years. I mean, we started this back with Councilmember MD, Councilmember Horvath. So,
Are you willing to change your motion?
I mean, I can, Councilmember Kalajerovich, do you have a preference?
I'm not clear what Councilman Narenheim's asking.
He wants to eliminate the 1,000-foot buffer.
Why
right?
don't you make a substitute motion? and then
it's
we-
either eliminate the 1,000-foot rule or, well, there's two of them. Not taking out the whole portion on Artesia Boulevard. That's a dozen places,
That's
including
his district.
aviation.
That's his district. I'm going with what he wants.
Okay,
Yeah, it's fine.
I think we've
But you get that in
discussed this
1,000
unless
you
you
have
have
the
a
1,000-foot
substitute
rules and everything
motion, I'm
else.
gonna
So
call
I
the
can't
vote.
go for it. All these other amendments in the way.
Do you have a substitute motion?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to call the vote. But before I do that, I think there's some members of the public from statements that are made that don't understand my role. I don't vote on this. I can veto if the council's split, and I can vote if there's a tie, which we shouldn't have tonight. I personally, I want people to know I'm against pot. I was in the Air Force, and then I was in the aerospace industry. I had to get drug tested. Never tried it. Had no desire to. So I'm not a fan of it. I will say, though, some of the statements here aren't entirely accurate. I mean, the storefronts here are going to look better than probably every other development that we'll see in the near future, and certainly better than the smoke shops. And I think we have far more control with the storefronts than we do with delivery. That's evidenced by there's pot being delivered here all the time right now. There's no denying it. You can see it everywhere. I hate walking along the Esplanade at sunset because you get a contact high, and then those people are driving right after the sun sets, which I think is appalling, but it is what it is. I also think it's a little bit disingenuous to say, hey, just go get your pot from another city. It's just like, I quit going to one church because they collected for homeless, and then I said, okay, how can I help feed the homeless? When's your day? And they said, well, we give it to the churches in Redondo. I don't like passing off things to other communities. I think that's disingenuous. I do think, and I'm pleased to see, we've had a number of comments on smoke shops. I think we're on a path using this ordinance as a model to strike down the number of smoke shops over time and to significantly regulate the few that we do allow in the future. And I think we can apply that to other undesirable businesses as well, like massage parlors and things like that. So this is a model for that we can use for the future with exclusion zones, how pretty how you have to design the storefront, what you can and can't display. Can't be gaudy like some of the newer smoke shops I see going up. So I think we're on a better path than we were, when we started this debate so long ago. And I don't think I will have I don't think it'll be a split vote, so I don't think a veto it will be possible. And plus, I respect that these folks have been working this longer than me, and I do want to respect the time they put into it, as well as city staff. So with that, I'm going to call the vote, and let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein? Aye. Councilmember Kalajerovich?
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
I'm just very concerned about this portion on aviation now that we're going to force it into there.
I think we're going to be fine.
Right.
I'll vote aye.
Councilmember Barron?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Do you want to read the resolutions?
Okay, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3287-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adding chapter 6 to title 6 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to regulate commercial cannabis business as amended. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3288-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending title 10, chapter 2, section 10-2.1626 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to commercial cannabis activities inland zones of the city as amended. Introduction by title only, ordinance number 3289-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending title 10, chapter 5, section 10-5.1626 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to commercial cannabis activities in coastal zone of the city as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2502-004, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, requesting certification by the California Coastal Commission of amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan Implementation Ordinance Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to commercial cannabis regulations consistent with state law, which is intended to be carried out if a matter fully in conformity with the Coastal Act, and providing that the amendments to the city's local coastal program will take effect automatically upon Coastal Commission approval pursuant to Public Resources Code, Section 30514, and Title 14, Section 13551 of the California Code of Regulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now,
I was just going to make a motion.
Oh, I think.
Excuse me, Mayor Light.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that, thank you guys for letting me participate in this manner, but I don't think I can stay for the rest of the meeting.
I'm surprised you made it this far. Thanks
Signing off.
Thanks for putting in the effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just,
Feel better?
yeah, just going to make a motion
Thanks for not contaminating all of us.
motion.
Councilmember Barron.
Well, I was just going to make a motion for a 6-minute break.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all four?
Aye.
No.
Okay, it's 3-1. How many did you say? 5?
been 10 minutes.
Sure, he's.
And Councilmember Barrett's not here yet.
Here. Okay, we're going back to item H, the consent calendar.
Oh, my God.
Nope, you're not allowed. Did roll call, you're done.
Let the record show
You got it.
Councilmember Barrett showed back up.
You're
Okay.
tardy.
Let's see, we have the consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull anything on the consent calendar? Councilmember Narenheim.
Oh my gosh, the consent calendar, it's so long. Let me pull like 5 things. No, I'm good.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
No.
Okay. So we have nothing, nothing pulled. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar as written? Here is so moved. Okay, second.
Second, anyone?
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address any of these items before we vote? I have a card.
Wow.
I wonder who it is. Mr. Morocco.
So, Ron Morocco from District 3. I'm here because I think the council has a minute problem. And you have on your consent calendar today 33 pages of revised minutes from October 1st. You approved those minutes on January 21. And if going through all 33 pages, the only thing that got changed was some comments from Vanessa Poster. That was the only thing. So I'm not clear as to why it's coming back to you. You all voted to approve it at that time. I did want to read you a letter that I did not get a response to that I wrote to Ms. Manzano on February 2nd. And this is that, Ms. Manzano, I believe you are the city official charged with the responsibility to compile, maintain, and present to the city council for review and approval of the minutes of council meetings. These documents are also important for the public to have access to. Your administrative report for the February 4th meeting did not include any minutes for them to review and approve. And as you can see, and I attached something and I have it available if you guys want it, for 2024 and 2025, you have consistently failed to timely provide minutes to the council and to the public. Currently, you appear to be over 3 months delinquent. My question to her was, is there any reason you have not been able to timely fulfill your duty to the council and residents of Redondo Beach? And you can see today that we're still at the same spot. We're over 10 meetings behind in minutes, and up to, I guess, October 15th, if you approve the minutes for today. But even if it is approved today, you should note that's what's posted on the city's website goes back even to August. So you've approved minutes, they don't get posted to the website, and it's a problem. So I'm going to suggest a couple of things, that the council consider forming a minute committee to review and be on the back to get these minutes presented to the public. I don't think you need a 33-page, what?
A minute committee?
A minute committee composed of 2 council members. Your suggestion of having AI produce the minutes will probably get a quicker result, and then the minute committee can edit them. You can have the city manager monitor and actually control the person who's actually preparing the minutes. You can have an ordinance, how long you want it to be before the person responsible has to report to the council what's the problem. I don't know what the problem is. I think it is a problem for the public not to have access to the minutes that you all approve. So I'm hoping that you take some steps and look at this issue and try to come to a resolution on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will call the vote on the consent calendar then. Councilmember, all 4?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, 4-0. The next item will jump down to N1. Discussion and possible action regarding city stormwater capture policies and projects.
Good evening,
You
council.
look like you're waiting for
Let's just wait and see if Mike wanted to jump in here. Thank you. Eleanor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is coming to you in response to a strategic plan objective to present an update on the city's stormwater capture policy and projects. This is an important function of the Engineering Services Division in the Public Works Department. And tonight presenting on this topic is our specialist in this area, Geraldine Trevetti. So I'll just stand it over and let her go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to present item N1, Stormwater Capture Policy and Projects Update. Stormwater capture is a critical part of the city's stormwater management plan, specifically when paired with infiltration. There are numerous benefits to stormwater capture and infiltration, including flood control. Capturing stormwater helps reduce the likelihood that a storm drain will become overwhelmed. Urban runoff water quality. By capturing stormwater on the land side before it discharges into the receiving waters, pollutants are eliminated from entering into the receiving water bodies. Excuse me. Redondo Beach discharges into two receiving water bodies, the Santa Monica Bay and the Dominguez Channel. Another benefit is conservation of resources, getting the stormwater into the ground to recharge the groundwater and the soil. Although Redondo's groundwater is not used for potable water, there are still benefits to recharging it. One of the benefits being supporting the seawater intrusion barrier or protection of the potable water located inland from us. Another key benefit for stormwater capture is regulatory compliance. The Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board regulates stormwater through the city's NPDES permit. The permit requires BMPs or best management practices to be implemented to reduce pollutant loading into the receiving water bodies. The permit requirements are associated with both private property developments and city-owned projects and parcels. Large regional type stormwater capture projects are included in the city's Watershed Management Plan, or WIMP. This plan was developed in partnership with the cities of Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, Torrance, and the County of Los Angeles. We refer to our group as the Beach Cities Watershed Group. Typical private property low impact development, or LID, capture and infiltration projects include infiltration galleries and wells, permeable pavers or surfaces, bioswales, permeable drain pipes, and also roof drain spouts being directed into planter areas. This slide shows typical LID strategies. The top left side picture is an underground crate or tank that is used to store captured stormwater and slowly infiltrate it into the ground. These are typically installed under the frontage landscape areas of private properties and capture the stormwater before it's discharged into the street or gutter. The picture below that crate shows a rain garden that would also capture the stormwater and also allow it to infiltrate into the ground. The picture in the middle shows a perforated pipe that can be connected to roof drains that provides percolation of the stormwater into the ground. On the right side, you will see a basic design for a dry well, infiltration well. There's a pre-chamber that's used for sediment and pollutant removal prior to the stormwater entering into the infiltration well. The picture on the bottom middle shows a bioswale that can be used to capture stormwater runoff from the gutter. This slide shows examples of regional type stormwater capture projects that typically involve more than one agency and are larger in nature, therefore more costly. The picture on the upper left side shows the Alondra Park Stormwater Capture Regional Project led by LA County. The project cost is $70 million, currently under construction. The city is a partner with the county on this project and is receiving some capture credits that will help with our WIMP compliance. The picture in the middle shows the Fulton Playfield project. This project was selected by the South Santa Monica Bay WASC to be awarded $4.3 million from the Competitive Regional Funding Program. The project design is almost complete, probably 95% there, and ready for competitive bidding process. However, there is a significant construction funding shortfall of approximately $5.6 million. Staff is currently pursuing additional funding from the Safe Clean Water Program. The project is utilizing the existing county's stormwater retention basin to retain the captured stormwater and slowly route it into dry wells to infiltrate the water into the ground. The project also includes installing bioswales along Ripley. You can see in the top right picture the concept to be constructed. The bottom right picture is of the underground treatment system that was installed in Veterans Park. An infiltration gallery was installed under the park's landscape area to capture stormwater and infiltrate it into the ground. This picture shows a device that removes trash and debris from the stormwater prior to being discharged into the ocean. This slide shows Redondo's regional projects that are included in the city's WIMP. You will notice that the city has a number of projects that have compliant dates associated with them with funding shortfalls. Staff is currently trying to obtain additional funding from the stormwater program for several of these projects. We've also been looking into other funding options, including meeting with Caltrans and their stormwater funding program manager, but we haven't been successful to date. In addition, the city receives an annual municipal funding from the Safe Clean Water Program, but that funding is not sufficient for these larger projects.
Quick question. So does that mean the Fulton Playfield infiltration project's delayed until we get the funding? Completely?
We have a meeting next week
Okay.
in front of the committee, so we're asking for almost that full amount.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I will say that while we are still seeking funds, we have been generally fairly successful on a regional basis in capturing monies when we need them most. And staff has really done a good job with the WIMP requirements to date. We have challenges ahead, as you can see from these figures, but we remain optimistic that we'll find ways to close the gaps without using local discretionary dollars.
Okay, great. Thank you.
In conclusion, staff is asking City Council to direct staff on further actions on expanding the city's policies and projects, including the options here, direct more discretionary capital resources to the unfunded stormwater capture projects included in the CIP and WIMP, update the council's 2006 administrative policy and municipal code to require stricter requirements by lowering the threshold of specific project types that require low-impact development measures, codify an in-lieu fee option for applicants to fund a larger regional stormwater capture BMP versus smaller localized BMPs, pursue additional grant funding, or also direct staff to study potential fees to fund future stormwater capture projects. That concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. We're here to
Okay,
answer any
thank you.
questions.
Thanks for putting that together. That was very informative.
And Mayor, just a few wrap-up comments if I could. Thank you to staff for putting this together. As was mentioned, this was a strategic planning item, really an update and status on what we're currently doing. A lot of folks, as I go through and talk to commissions and others who ask questions about this, aren't always fully aware of all the good work that has been done. A lot of successful projects to date. You saw a few of the photos, but that didn't include things that we've done at Alta Vista Park, along Topaz, underneath the pier. We've done a lot of capture installation, and it's been very successful. And you might have noticed that our Beach Cities grades the last few years from Heel to Bay on dry season runoff and during wet weather runoff have both performed at incredibly high levels. I think the best that we've had in our history. So the work that we've been doing has been improving our situation. There's still a long way to go, but there should be some, I think, recognition of what has been completed to date. These options for possible expansion are just that. We're not telling you today that we need to do any one of them. We will continue to work our enhanced watershed management program with our Beach Cities partners. We'll continue to pursue capital funds to help alleviate any shortfalls for closing those different financial gaps. But everything else that we're doing to date is complying with the MPDS permit obligations. We are not short or deficient in any respect. We have been timely to date with projects that have been identified in our WIMP and as a part of our MPDS permit program overall. From a compliance standpoint, I think we are getting what I would consider an A grade as a city and municipality, and certainly as part of our partnership group. So I don't want you to feel that there's any pressure here. By all accounts, we have been a model beach city in trying to address these issues on a go-forward basis. That said, there are ways to do more and things we could do better. If the council wants to direct that as a policy matter, just want you to all understand that we are meeting our obligations currently at the regional and state level.
What are the WIC grades? Roughly B plus, A minus?
Actually, I mean, if you look at it most recently, predominantly A's. I think we have a couple of locations during wet weather runoff that might not be meet that standard, but there was a time, in fact, if you go back even 18 years, the pier, there was one year where underneath the pier was on the beach bummer list, I think it was called. Back in the day. That is no longer the case. We were getting D and F grades. That is not currently the case near our pier. So I think Andy and Geraldine could speak better to it, but.
I have the 2023, 2024 Heal the Bay report. We got an F for winter 100 yards south of the pier. Now, Redondo's been a B, which has been a trouble spot, but that seemed, at least this year, that was good.
And that was the case, I think, even and I think we were getting F grades even in dry weather scenarios. I mean, there was a period where we were bad. Yeah. So
we still have problems. Look, I put this on the strategic plan with the support of the council. My main thing wasn't that saying we're not complying and we're not good at it, but my main thing was we're doing great. The regs force you when you're building a new house, you got to capture stuff, and you had some of that in there, diverting the runoff to the planters and things like that. But we're seeing building all around the city, right? We're seeing scrapes. There's 3 in my neighborhood that have been scraped to the ground and rebuilt. And my street, when it rains, is a river on both sides because it's, ground in the middle. And it's a river on both sides, and both sides go straight into a storm drain. And what do we capture? The first ½ inch, I think, of rain, and then it
Roughly about an inch. That's what our target is, to capture the first flush.
Capture it and push it out to the ocean, or capture it
into the super.
Yeah, I think to the storm drain, the flood control aspects of the storm drain system, they're built to a 50-year storm in some areas and a 25-year event in the upstream areas. So whether that's a 1 inch, I'm not quite sure, but that was when they were designed years ago. And there's, depending on where you are in the city and how old the drains are, that changes a little bit.
You can see if you go down to the beach when it's raining, there's floods coming out or geysers, depending on whether it got buried by sand or not. And everybody tells you stay away from it because it's nasty stuff. So we get rains that cause those storm drains to push things out to the sea. And when I'm looking at the potential of the opportunity, when people are scraping houses, what's the mechanism or what's the strategy to take advantage of that to start getting some of that off of the, residential or commercial?
Residential design guidelines. We could revise those.
Yeah, well, I'm also talking commercial. You don't have to do it for every home on a street, but what's the mechanism to get us to install more bioswales or the I forget what you call them, the deep wells.
Dry wells. Yeah.
Those kind of things while they're building it and they have everything scraped versus, I haven't seen a program to go down in a residential neighborhood or a commercial neighborhood and cut a curb cut and take the water off the street before it hits the storm drain. And even the stuff, the stuff we capture and then goes down the sewers, right? Goes into the sewers, that still gets pumped out to the sea eventually, right? After it's treated.
Oh, the low flow diversions, right?
Yeah.
Into the sewer system. Yeah, they go through
Yeah,
the
so
sewer.
it still goes out to sea, and we're heading into a drought. We're in La Nina, and we could be capturing that stuff into our own aquifer rather than hitting the sea with it. And when it just seems obvious to me that when we're building something, that's the best time to look at putting that, a curb cut in is at the appropriate place. And so I'm looking at what's our policy, what's our policy mechanism and funding mechanism to make that happen. And I don't want to presuppose what that might be. I don't want to drastically increase building costs. I don't want to be unfair, in that you don't have to put them at every home or every commercial business, but what
You're
is-
talking in the scenario where there's a complete scrape and rebuild, where there might be a true opportunity
Yeah,
and an easy one to look into some
Yeah.
type of a policy change. I think it's kind of under the idea of that second bullet there, where we would update our APP or our Muni code specifically to our development standards. And in a circumstance where you've got a full scrape and rebuild, we would look for that type of a treatment to be added to.
yeah, and certainly when we're doing our own medians, because some of our roads slope to the medians, can we do it there? Bioswales would seem like a good option there, because, put native plants in it and, let it take care of itself. Anyway, that was the thrust of what I put in there, was to take advantage of this building we're seeing across the city constantly, and take advantage of that to get some of that water off our streets and infiltrate it into our aquifer. So do you need direction on that? or-
Yeah. I don't know, Andy, if you want to talk
I
a
was
little
going
bit
to just
about
jump in. I know the
Yeah.
general plan comments that are coming forward later this summer include some objectives in this regard.
Yeah, somebody had some influence on that on GPAC.
And my thought would be that the natural process would be have that conversation and let that become the ordinance, what drives an ordinance change that would help capture some of
Okay, so you
these
think that
ideas.
mechanisms,
Well,
depending on what
it's-
we approve?
Yeah, it's, our LID requirements are based on what's driven by the MS4 permit. These LID requirements are not required at every house or every building. There's thresholds that have to be met before they're a requirement. And then we added additional properties that require this in the coastal zone. So for instance, that map, rather than just the coastal zone, could be citywide, for instance, as an idea. That would definitely create the nexus between the LID requirement and every scraped property that you're talking about. So that's potentially an
Maybe it's part
idea.
of our permitting process is to
Yeah.
evaluate, is this the right place? Or you had assessment fees, maybe ones that don't do it, pay a little assessment to help
Yeah.
pay for the people who do have to do it, and then you spread the cost out.
Yeah, we do have storm drain impact fees
Yep.
as part of our, and maybe it's somehow a function of that we look at that again or revise some of those fees with this in mind.
Okay.
But I think we have the mechanisms in place. Maybe we just need to hone our ordinances a little bit to capture some of these uncaptured properties.
That's all I wanted out of this, is to do better when we're, take advantage of the building that we're seeing across the city and not let them build and then go, I don't want to tear up what they just built, right?
Right.
Do it while
Okay.
it makes sense, right?
I've spoken enough on that. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to pick up on the mayor's good point on this, thank you, Geraldine and Andy and Lauren, for what you've done, and good grades for the city. So very much appreciated. And to the mayor's point, and this is directed to the city manager, do we at least have a little bandwidth and some internal costs where you could at least study this issue that the mayor's raised, where when there's a scrape, what kind of suggestions at a minimum can we maybe give to a developer to consider? Do you have something that
Yeah.
could at least kind of kick off sort of looking into this a
Yeah, I
little?
think we've got a few things that are in motion. We've got the developer impact fee study that's happening as part of the community development review. I think that this would be a fairly easy add to that scope of work. And I mean that not in a contract change way, but just something that could very easily be included in that review. And beyond that, the work that we're doing for general plan phase 2 items eventually, and some of the additional elements that we're going to be considering and reviewing, this falls right into that. So I do think it'll be part of the natural work order here over the next, several months.
All right, and really the huge issue is, looking at this, considering it, but being very careful, one, not to eliminate more parking with these curb cuts. Parking is, I don't want to say it's a crisis, but it's really highly impacted. So that, before we do anything, want to think about that. Two, and I think Geraldine and Andy made the great point in the report, we cannot increase the cost of development in the city under these housing stressed times and where we are with respect to, I'll just say, agencies out there. We got to be sensitive to increasing the cost of housing in our city or development. And then maybe a little breathing room, so to speak, if we were even going to consider sending some type of Prop 218 fee increase to the residents. I mean, just coming off of the yes on FP, not slamming that down right away. That raises some sensitivities I want to be careful about. And I think Andy, as usual, made a good point. We've got this kind of GPAC update coming up, phase 2, kind of dovetails nicely in there. I'm not sure we have to be ready to put pen to paper on an ordinance when we come back next on the general plan update. I think it's prudent to really take a close look to the mayor's good points and the countervailing consequences before we just say, hey, here's an ordinance, sign on the dotted line. And I know you weren't suggesting it, but measure twice, cut once, whatever analogy you want. Okay, so just be careful when we proceed with something like this. That was pretty much it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. So water infiltration at the storm drains, did you ask? I believe the storm drains on the avenues, the 2 concrete ones we own, correct?
The beach outfalls?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, we do own those.
2 summers ago, we had not once, I believe it was twice, LA County turned the pumps on in the middle of the summer, and we had a discharge.
They were cleaning out the Dorsway sump. I think they were doing work.
One this past summer.
Yeah.
Or maybe last summer, this summer. What's the possibility of us looking and seeking grants and finding grants to be able to put those into water infiltration? We're getting rid of the concrete. No one wants to see those. It would be great environmental upgrades for a whole host of reasons. Everyone would be behind that. It helps with sand flow and beach flow and everything else.
Yeah, we did a conceptual plan on that 6 years ago or so and came up with.
6 years ago.
7 years ago.
Yeah, I wasn't here, sitting here.
I forget, it was right after I got here, so maybe it was 7.5 years ago, but 2018, okay. So we had a plan to replace, I think it's the Avenue F outfall, to cut it back, bring it up the beach so you didn't have the concrete structure that went into the water. The nexus to the Measure W funding is to put a water quality piece to that, like an infiltration trench in the beach. We kind of sketched out costs there as well. And we ordered about $3 million for that. The challenge there is that that's very competitive funding, and that particular sub-watershed, the tributary area there, doesn't create the pollution load that it does in other outfalls, which drives where we have to put our projects. So because the water quality is not so bad there compared to other places, it's not a high priority for our first available money. Although it's a great idea if we could get it built to county standards, we could actually give it back to the county and let them maintain it in perpetuity, which kind of was our goal at the time. So if we could find other money somewhere, that would be an excellent project.
The problem is long-term, those concrete structures are literally breaking apart.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it's going to become a situation where it's going to be a public safety issue, a legit one, not just saying it, but it's a legit one. And then, of course, there is the water. I would imagine the storm drains that come down are pretty deep in that area. Feed that.
I think on the Esplanade, we have a couple of deep wells there where we collect trash, and those are 25 or 30 feet deep, if I remember right.
Okay, the ones that feed the storm drains, though, that's what I mean.
I don't know.
Those come all the way back from the sump and other areas, back Avenue G.
Yeah, I think they get pumped out of the sump up the hill and then they run downhill. So I don't know how far below the ground they are. We do have some known deficiencies in that neighborhood, that when we do our Catalina Boulevard upgrade through the village, we're definitely going to be looking at storm drain improvements in that area as well.
How is the water infiltration in the alley of Broadway, between Broadway and Catalina, kind of between Pearl and Topaz? There's an alleyway there. We did a test to our water infiltration. How did that go?
That's a great question. I know it worked well in the beginning. I haven't been out there in a couple of years. So Those things do clog with fines, and to maintain them, you have to kind of vacuum sweep over them, and I know that we haven't done that,
'Cause
so.
I know of a lot of streets that have the water infiltration issue just because the way the slope goes, kind of sits on the bottom, so that'd be good to see. I'll call up a resident and ask them.
If the money were there, it's a great opportunity to use alleys for permeable surface.
Okay, so what can we do to get the money for the Fulton Field and other areas? Because this is a huge win for us across the board to get this water infiltration, especially since we have the wetlands on the power plant site. All this water is all connected underground, from the marshlands and torrents all the way through. So wherever we can infiltrate that water.
Yeah, the county's Measure W was the big sales tax thing that funds, that's our biggest funding source for these kind of projects. Beyond that, we fund about $200,000 a year from city funds into storm drain kind of maintenance and repairs of our existing facilities. That mostly goes to storm drain lining projects, just to make sure to replace or help our corrugated metal pipes last longer. When I was in another city, there was a Prop 218 measure that they passed on a 10-year sunset to rebuild. So that's an option I'm familiar with. Not suggesting it's the right thing here, but it's something that we could certainly look into. It is a little harder than other Prop 218 because you not only have to get you don't have to, most of them, like trash, you just have to get the
People
lack of
show
a
up.
protest, yeah.
Right.
In stormwater, you also have to get a vote of the homeowners, property owners, as part of that. So that's a little bit higher bar to get over. There's not a lot of state funding available for this. For our size projects, federal funding is not there unless you're tied to a really big project.
Okay. I'll just close with saying I'd love to get the slides for this. I know you guys usually send it out for the clerk's office, but it'd be great to get and push out there because residents in South Redondo see these areas and we have this infiltration project and they're very concerned about that. Mr. Wayne Craig, can you answer the alleyway question by any chance, but the water, do you know the infiltration? Do you know what I'm talking about? How it's turned out? I believe that's behind where you live. If you can introduce yourself real quick and answer that.
Wayne Craig, President of District 1, and right by that water infiltration area. When it first was put in, I know people were freaked out because they were like, concrete's coming up. It's like the particulates and all those type of things. It works really well. I mean, we could have a heavy, so it's an alleyway behind, just between Broadway and Catalina, in between the buildings over there. So it's like that one whole block. And I have a garage back there. I work there a lot. When it rains a lot, you'll get a big puddle, pretty wide. It gets absorbed very quickly. And I think all the neighbors, I know at first they were kind of concerned because they thought the concrete was coming up because it doesn't look like normal concrete. But it works real well. We've had no complaints with it. It seems to be functioning really good.
And this last winter, and what worked fine, just with even
no flooding, nothing, no issues with that. It seems to be percolating in pretty well. We've had a couple, I think we had a really big rain, I think a couple years ago. It was, a fire hose going down the alleyway. It was absorbed very quickly.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, if you want to put that in the streets, I know in front of where he's at as well on Broadway, it's always water. There's your answer.
Right, check.
Just like that.
Yep.
Let's write a check.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Abaji.
Could we go, thank you both. Could we go back to your slide, please? The one showing the Fulton playfield. Just like to get an understanding of how this, well, first on this bottom left one, how does the water end up getting slanted, or how does it end up filling these tanks?
Which, you're talking about
The bottom left? Bottom left to start. And for that matter, on the Fulton playfield, how does the water end up going down into those dry wells?
Okay.
Is it constructed with an angle or?
So we're using the existing storm drain system. So all the storm drain pipes aren't shown on that picture, but they're routed through the streets, the catch basins, the big pipes kind of are existing into that detention basin. It's underground there. And then we've.
Not here? Fulton?
Yeah, So there's a very large underground detention basin there already. So we're going to tap into that, so connect to it, and then just drain the water into these wells, gravity flow.
Okay, got it. So it pulls what it can. It's not necessarily accumulating the water in a particular spot. And
We will modify it, so we're going to put a weir in there to hold the water into the
weir. Okay, cool. By the way, if you were to do those curb cuts, those are the bioswales, I mean, you don't have to say no parking. A car could still park there,
A car
right?
could park there, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple of downsides to those. They're not deal breakers by any stretch, but you do have to be a little bit strategic about where you locate them.
Because it has to, like, the water has to flow down and then in.
Right, you want to capture the water from the street, direct the flow in. There's also, you have to be careful about elevation changes from the sidewalk and things, trip hazards, that kind of stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it's very doable. We put some in on Barrel Street at Harkness at that intersection where we put the bulb outs a couple of years ago. So that's a good example of them.
Yeah, it's a little more complicated than just digging a trench and putting plants in it and rocks.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, Annie, you've mentioned this before in the past as well, that your soil composition in the area is really important too.
Yeah, that's true. Where we have sandy soils, this is an excellent solution, which is a good part of our city. There are places in the city where we have clay-based soils and they don't infiltrate fast enough to be very useful in this.
Now, on the residential side, so let's say in a 300 lot, when my place was built, 2018, it drains, out to the what is it, to the driveway and then into the gutter, right? And then eventually my guy, Mike Garcia, had it go into my garden. But I have a garden or a space in my front. Let's say a middle unit. Where can they infiltrate to? They just have to go to the storm drain?
When three properties are all built together, they would typically route all of that. The whole parcel would drain to one area. But sometimes, in unusual cases, maybe that's not possible. You could put what are called, they're kind of like those big black pipes you see in the bottom left, just vaults underground, under the driveway, for instance, where those could be detention containers that have perforated on the bottom and would just trickle over
Yeah,
time.
I've seen those getting installed, the box on the left.
Yeah.
Is that just like a spacer and it then fills up with water essentially?
Fills up with gravel, a lot of porous space in that box that absorbs water and stores it and just percolates it in over time. Gets it off the street and off the driveway.
And that's the thing, it doesn't take much. You just need to make sure the first flush is going into some type of a well that doesn't discharge into the ocean. I mean, you just got to capture the initial, and from there it can fill up and run off.
And are any of these systems pictured, the box or that tube, are those expensive? Like if we were to add into the residential design guidelines?
Which one are you asking about? The
Let's say the box, for example.
I mean, we estimate it probably cost about 10 to 15,000 for a homeowner.
For one box, wow.
No, they don't just put one, they put
They put
maybe
many,
like,
right?
you know,
Okay.
it's a grid. They have to, they calculate how much
Right,
volume
how
they need
many.
to capture.
Okay, what is the most economic way for infiltration to be achieved in a dense neighborhood like the many that we have in Redondo?
It's the well that you'll see on the right side, that well there. It's a very small footprint. It's a manhole on top, that's it. And so we have developments come in, there's no space. Every single square inch is taken, they'll put these in on the corner of their properties right before the water discharges into the street.
That's probably more appropriate for a bigger size with a parking lot or something like that, a individual single family home parcel or a condo parcel would not generate enough runoff to really justify that. But something like that concept is probably the least expensive way to go. I know several years ago, the city of Santa Monica, they may still do it, required every residential property to put a cistern in their front yard. It's basically a hole in the ground with gravel in it to collect rainwater. It's kind of an early adaptation of some of these ideas.
Well, I'll just say final note is that I still see, despite the adoption of electric cars, there's still a lot of older cars in, for example, district car that are leaking oil and the like, and I bet that wreaks havoc on our stormwater discharge, so.
Yeah, we have a pretty aggressive program to collect the first flush or the low flow, dry weather runoff where we can and get it into the sewerage system so it can get treated rather than further into the storm drain. So that's what that first flush is, really important to capture that.
Cool, thank you for all your work on this format.
Okay,
One more.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Could you go back to the Fulton Field? How long will that project take once it's funded?
I think the construction,
Longer.
A year, I assume.
probably about a year.
Is it going to be shorter because, is it normally, if you didn't have the detention basin, it would be a lot longer, right? You'd have to dig up and the whole thing, right? But because that was my only question, basically. It cuts the time down, cuts the expense down since we already have that.
Yeah, putting in the wells is the significant part. There's also work on the other side that you don't see, the Ringe side, where we have to modify kind of the inlet to put in the weir and things like that.
Yeah.
So if you want to see.
What's a weir, by the way?
A weir is just it's a wall basically that keeps water from spilling back into the storm drain system, just to help retain it. If you go to the Alondra Park, that upper left picture there, it's at the corner of Prairie and.
It's right by the golf course.
Redondo Beach Boulevard?
It's the north side of the park. I don't remember. Is that Manhattan Beach Boulevard on the north side of the park? I can't remember the street.
That's El Camino Village. I forget what the street
You'll
is.
see it if you drive north on Prairie. Just look
Like
for the
like
giant
200 and
cranes.
something,
Yeah,
whatever
they're
it is.
excavating a huge hole in the ground.
Yeah.
For just this kind of concept. And it's collecting water from Manhattan Beach, unincorporated county, from us.
Is it finished?
Other places. No, it's under construction right
Still
now.
under construction.
So you can see the footprint. It's enormous. And they're going to put it back with baseball or soccer fields or something on top of it.
Okay.
When it's done.
That was my only questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my big push was, we're gonna do these big projects when we get the funding for them, but let's do the mini ones that reduce the need for these giant ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you. I think, did you have something?
No, I was just going to say, I think
This is a great
you got it
job.
in mind.
And I think we can close that strategic planning item if it's part of the GPAT, the
Yeah,
general plan.
we'll continue to pursue some of these opportunities, and we'll have some clear programs that will relate here soon, so.
Because I think it was a goal in the open space and conservation.
Right.
element.
Right.
So that keeps the action open, right? So, assuming council approves it written that way. Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Shocking.
Anyone online?
On Zoom or no e-comments.
Infrastructure
for the
nerds.
record.
Okay, city manager items?
Nothing, just then to say, attended the Cal City City Managers Conference last week in Rancho Mirage. Really good event. A lot of great speakers. Some interesting software applications that were present there. Some follow-up work to do to evaluate whether or not they might be helpful for us operationally. A couple of seminars on, funny enough, updates to cities that have recently updated their business license code, and in a few different formats, very comprehensively. So some takeaways there, and a variety of other things. It was a good couple of days. Appreciated the education and the opportunity to participate. So that's all I had.
Okay. Mayor and council items, we got item, my fingers are stuck. SB 71 discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good
Before we
evening.
get started on that one, for reasons I previously stated, I'm going to recuse myself from this item. But I will be in the building or around and come back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, this item has to do with California Senate Bill 271, and it comes from a referral that staff received on January 21st, and it's related to Senate Bill 271, which is introduced by Senator Scott Wiener on January 14th, 2025, and it basically exempts public transportation, bike and pedestrian infrastructure projects from the CEQA portion of the environmental review. And so 271 specifically would make permanent that CEQA exemption, which was championed by Senator Wiener in 2020 through Senate Bill 288. And so basically now we would be permanentizing those CEQA exemptions, which were set to
Sunset.
set to sunset. I didn't want to say set to sunset, but there's no other way to say it, that were scheduled to sunset in 2029. And so with that, it's important because removing that CEQA, review, CEQA compels folks to disclose environmental impacts and then minimize environmental impacts and also encourage public participation in environmental review and decision-making processes. So offering CEQA exemptions for, a wide range of transportation projects could have long-lasting impacts. And so this item basically is to tee up council discussion of SB 271 and determine if you want to take a policy position, and then if you'd like a letter and or resolution to be drafted that sort of states council's policy position on that.
So I have a question under 288. If they're already exempted.
Yeah, why are they doing?
Why are they doing one on the right of way?
So my research has indicated that long-term projects that would take longer than 2025 to 2029, people are leery of pursuing that CEQA exemption in case they do sunset. So making them permanent would encourage longer-term projects that could take place and continue enjoying those exemptions.
Okay, thanks. Is your hand still up, Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Just so everyone knows that's watching out there, this is not to speed up transportation projects. It's to increase the ability to build mass dense projects near these projects. This guy has driven everyone crazy in councils. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing, or maybe he does know what he's doing because he's taken a lot of money from all these special interests. I wholeheartedly oppose this. Now he's going after environmental issues. Just take care of your own district, please, and not the rest of the state and incorporate it. I mean, it's so maddening. I cannot wait till this guy is out of the Senate. He is the enemy of the people. I hate to say that, but he is. He's never done anything on behalf of our city. He's only created havoc, and he's made mass density a priority for him. Go look at his campaign donations from unions, from developers, real estate interest. He is not doing this for the people. He's doing it so he gets a bunch of money, and he's not helping anything. He's created a huge mess. I'm done listening to this guy. And when I'm out of office, Katie, bar the door. I cannot wait to find a way to criticize this guy because I'm done with this guy.
I have an outlet for you.
I'll bet you do. Would you like to tell us what it is?
Yeah, ourneighborhoodvoices.com. Now comes with a 50C3.
You retire from council and you find your neighborhood voice.
Oh, I've had my neighborhood voice, but now I can take off all limits in terms of what I can say as a representative. And I'm just, as a private citizen, I just cannot wait. So that's it.
Doesn't stop me now.
That's my.
How do you really feel?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But
No,
this
it's okay.
guy
I
is
think we
so
all feel
bad. This is so bad. Let's kill all environmental reviews so I can build a bunch of mass dense housing and not lower housing prices.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Councilmember Obaji.
So thanks, Luke, for that. Who knew that there was already an exemption for under CEQA for this stuff? They're just trying to permitize it. I like the letter that you've attached, but I'd ask that we add an additional sentence or two addressing specifically the environmental concerns about co-locating the Metro C line extension with the freight line carrying fuel and gas, and the impacts that it would generate for immediately adjacent residents, including noise, vibration, daily vibration, and the like, things we've identified in other letters.
And add in over top of pipelines.
But yeah, on top of
I'll second that motion.
dangerous pipelines.
Yes. Okay, motion and a second. Any other discussion on this? Any member of the public wish to address this item?
Shocking.
All two of you. Anybody online?
Yes, I do. Hold on.
Oh, I know who's online.
Kyle Johnson.
Oh.
About to read two people.
I know where that's going.
Kyle?
Yes, Kyle Johnson, District 1, to the surprise of no one. I'm here to voice my opinion on this issue. I am against the city writing a letter against, sorry, sorry, against Senate Bill 71. I'm in favor of it. I think that using CEQA to block environmentally friendly, high-density housing and public transit projects, which are better for the environment, is bad policy. We shouldn't do it. Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anyone else?
Johnson, I appreciate you stay up until 10 o'clock to give us your opinion on that. I really do. I truly do.
Someone's gotta.
Anyone else?
Yeah, we have no more on Zoom, but we do have e-comments. So we have 3, 1 support and 2 oppose. There you go. For
Okay.
the record.
Let's see, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
There's 3 of us.
Thank you.
Mr. Barron, if you're listening, you're welcome to come back.
All right, next item.
Referrals. Okay, mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
So the plaques that were stolen from Veterans Park, what's the current status? I sent you an email earlier regarding getting, BRR.
Yeah.
Because I also want to get it citywide for other issues that we could possibly have. Yeah, I mean, there are other places, potential issues that we currently have these.
We are going to have a BRR for you on the estimated cost to replace the plaques that have gone missing in Veterans Park. I think we'll have probably, to some degree, I haven't seen the BRR draft yet, but I imagine we'll have some itemized pricing too, which could be.
So we can extrapolate that
Yeah.
out.
And we're not replacing it with bronze, right?
Correct. There's products now that look like bronze, feel like bronze, but are actually aluminum and don't have quite the same aftermarket value. So, yeah, we should
Okay.
have that as part of the mid-year item next week.
And what is the timeframe for the replacement of those by any chance? Do you know off the top of your head?
I'm hopeful we'll answer that question for you
Okay.
next week, but I don't know. I think some of them might be in motion, but I don't want to commit to that yet.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
A BRR, please, regarding, if you've seen Hermosa Beach right before Pure Plaza, they've painted the HB logo in the middle and the like. Manhattan Beach has done a similar thing. I think it's at Highland and Manhattan Beach Boulevard, maybe, or I forget what the streets are. Something like that for Redondo, perhaps at the Riviera or in front of the pier. Just the cost for doing such a thing potentially could be, eventually come out of a John Parsons fund if there's any money there.
BRR for the main budget or the midterm? Because we're
No, for the main budget.
Okay.
It's not a midterm budget thing.
Is that it?
And maybe a referral to recognize Black or African American History Month.
I'm going to do a proclamation.
Does that
something.
establish it as like a recognized month by the city of Redondo Beach?
As far as I'm concerned, it
That's
is.
what we do for the other one.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, we don't need a referral to that.
All right.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
Tonight I do have a referral to staff to consider a minute committee that was raised earlier, to at least give it some thought. I'm not saying put it at the front of the list necessarily. I know you're busy, but is there something we could do different, better on meeting minutes or not?
So a mayor and council minute committee or just
It's not
minute
a
committee?
mayor and council. I don't know.
More staff.
What is it, huh? Staff?
Need more staff?
That's what I
More
need.
staff?
Yep.
All right, well, I just put that out there and maybe I could just talk with you. And go ahead.
Do we contract out the minutes?
Yes. So what happened was,
And I'm not blaming anyone.
secretary left.
Yeah, no.
So we're catching up, and then now we have elections, and I have less to staff.
This isn't about looking past.
Yeah,
It's
no, I'm
about
just
looking
saying.
to the future. And I'm just saying, is there something out there where because our city manager was just at this,
City manager conference.
yeah, where it's like technology is king.
There is some technology that's coming
So,
around.
that's what
Well,
we're
I'll tell you
doing.
what, this is more of a budget type item, I
Is
think, to City Clerk's point.
PRR.
I don't think we're going to have a BRR for you for next week, though. So,
No. for the
but we could have a BRR for you as part of the budget going into, 25, 26.
Is that the way to approach this?
I think so. I think we
But
need
it's
to
not
look
just
at the
that.
systematic side of the organizational, the available staffing, the approach we're taking, and
Is
there
there
might be
software out
solutions.
there where
There might be solutions.
where, you
Using
plug it
that,
in,
actually.
software listens to what happened at the meeting, they do the printout.
There is.
Somebody,
There isn't software,
The
there's like
challenge that I've seen
1,000
is
softwares.
it's not
There's a
identifying
million.
the different speakers.
AI does this all the time. I've
Yeah,
used
we
it a
have
million
the
times.
transcript that's with Granicus,
All
but
right.
of course, we haven't implemented it yet, so that'll. pop
Mr.
out.
Cook has come across some products in this
what do you
realm.
recommend?
It's a BRR for 25, 26. Yeah,
Okay,
which is only a couple months away.
okay. And in the meantime,
We'll
Mr.
explore.
Cook is kind of cogitating. I don't want to keep us any later than we are. Anyway, point's well taken. Thank you all very much. Thank you
I
very much.
do empathize with you because and Mr. Morocco, because I've tried to look back on, what happened in a meeting and it's not there yet. And it's tedious to go back and watch a tape and try to find the exact.
And the search function
Yeah,
for that
yeah.
should be indexed. Everything should be
Indexed.
We were supposed to have the FAR conversation.
It's coming in March. Yeah. It's,
March now?
general plan phase 2 options will kick off in March.
for PI.
Yeah, PI, FAR. I mean, it's going to be a pretty robust conversation. There's multiple steps. We're going to have a PlaceWorks agreement that's going to be required. We're going to need to, it's eventually going to lead, you're going to have to give us
More
direction
PlaceWorks?
towards, more PlaceWorks. We're going to have significant Article 27 analysis that'll have to be performed. So there's a multitude of steps, but we'll have that sort of laid out for you in March.
What's the whole second half of GPAC?
Yeah, there's
Everything that
quite-
wasn't housing
Yeah,
element.
there's a lot to that. Yeah. So Mark's working on it. He's got a pretty good plan and schedule.
And that's where we get AACAP,
Yep. ACAP's part of that too.
ACAP, yeah.
Hallelujah.
Okay, I have a question. I don't necessarily want it to be a referral to staff, but we had that meeting out at the,
2 years ago.
I forget what you call it, the feeder road off of
Prospect
Prospect.
frontage, yeah.
And I think I heard Andy say that they're looking at K-rails or something from a safety perspective in addition to the vegetation that we're looking to put along there. Do you need direction on that?
It'll be, I think based on what we've heard, and there was a referral for a budget response report from Councilwoman Kalajedovich.
I just want to make sure the
That
safety
won't,
part
I
of
don't
that.
think that's coming next week. I'm not 100% sure. I think that might be a 25, 26 item, but
That's fine. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure it gets captured.
Is that a temporary solution or?
well, there's
Well, the
a couple options.
Payrolls are temporary, tell me.
No.
Well, they
Well,
could
It
be.
depends on what the solution is. There's two
Payrolls
things.
and-
There's,
And where the median used to be, where there's shrubs used to be?
well, the problem, and I don't know how big it is,
So
so.
the BRR would provide different options for, there's two issues. There's the aesthetic issue associated with the vegetation that's being addressed, and then there's
Safety.
potential safety for street alignment and grade separation, which could be bollards, it could be block wall, it could be, so it could be a number of things. But the BRR would address the various options, kind of soup to nuts.
Okay. Well, you guys, it's.
Yeah, there's
it's Paige's
the
district.
noise and light, but
Yeah.
there was also a safety concern, and there has apparently been accidents where it's,
People
the
jump in.
neighborhood's down, and the cars come over and
Yeah.
roll over and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Anyway, I don't want to belabor that. So with that, we're at adjournment. I would ask one of you, since this is the closest to February 9th, if we could close in memory of Bill Brand.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So, Bill was a great friend of mine. Got together in 2000, fighting Heart of the City, and actually a surf rider event too. Bet my best friend, and I don't think there's a day go by when I don't think of him, but a lot of times when something good or really bad happens, my first inclination is to pick up the phone and call Bill, and then remember he's not here anymore. So, I miss him. I wish he were in this seat instead of me. And I just want to honor our 1-year anniversary of his departure. So appreciate you guys letting me adjourn with that.
One of a kind.
Anyone else? Okay, so motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.